I've been muted the entire time. Please kill me. Please kill me. Please take me out of this mortal coil. I am going to perish immediately. Oh my god. At least I didn't get through everything. I could have sworn I unmuted. Oh my god. Kill me now. I was talking about my ear wiggles though. How are you guys doing? Also, congrats Himiko. I believe it was Himiko who got the first. Shoot me. Himiko, you have the sword. Here. Use it. Just lop it off. Just take it off. Here, I'll make it easier. Easier angle for you. Just take it off. Hi, Himiko. At least you have face tracking so you know it. Yeah, true. But I was sitting here for a good, like, it's 4 minutes talking. Oh, boy. Hello. You didn't? I was pretty sure it was you. I didn't actually see who got it. It didn't tell me, because Twitch is a brat. But hi, I was saying hi to everybody. To Blippi, the sweetheart, and to Noctis, and to Pinguina-chan, and now to Koishi. Hello, Koishi. I spy a wonderful Koishi. Also, I asked, I heard someone's got a problem with Worldussy? Who's got a problem with Worldussy? Desmond, my friend. Let's see if I could make that emote. I think I did it. But yeah, strike me down, for I must perish. I haven't made that kind of mistake in a while. Also, I saw Khan, and I said hi to Khan. No. Trying to imagine what a Worldussy even is. Yes. Yes. Whatever you're imagining, that's it. It says I redeemed it. Don't know if Twitch is acting up. Interesting. Well, I know Himiko was the first person to talk in the chat, so I just assumed they were the one that got it. What? We're starting early, aren't we? Workout time. Crutches. Okay, only for you, Noctis. Let me gather up my cord for my headset, and also make sure I don't step on my cat. He's in here. Okay. I'm also gonna move Leon's chair, because it's in the way. Excuse me, Mr. Chair. I gotta do crunches. Pop my fingers. Don't mind me getting a little stretch in so I don't pull anything. How's Leon doing today? He says he's a bit better, which is why he went to work today, but I would have preferred for him to have stayed home. Alright, crunches. 1, 2, 3, 4, 6, 7, 8, 9. Oh, wow. There you go. 10. I've noticed I still get a little out of breath after 10 crunches and push-ups. But with squats, I'm just like, yeah, I could do like 30 of them and I'm fine. So I'm thinking of upping my squats to about 15. Since my legs are getting used to it. Thank you, Noctis. 1, 2, 3. Feel the bear now. It reminded me of like those old exercise tapes. I don't know if any of you know what those are. That's old. That's that old stuff. That's before my time. Workout tapes were another thing. That's exactly the vibe. Okay, I got it. I understood the assignment. Get you some bat leg warmers. Hell yeah. Tease my hair? Fuck yeah. Well, that energized me. By the way, if... also tired me a little bit. But, I'm actually nervous. Because yesterday, I wasn't feeling super good. And it was roughly after the time I checked on Leon, and I hope I didn't catch whatever he might have. Because we don't know if he has anything, but if he does, I'm going to be very sad, because that means I definitely caught it, because I kind of tend to cling to him. I snuggle him a lot and cuddle him a lot. And if he has it, if he actually has something, I definitely have it. Alrighty, so I'm going to pull up my tablet. We're gonna get ready, because we're doing the rest of my world building stuff, and hopefully we get this done today, or at least done in terms of fleshed out enough. You can never really be finished with a project like this. Hi, Con. I see you peeking again. I said hi to you earlier, but I was muted because I'm an idiot. Alright, where's the document? Here it is. Okay, so I've been filling out the document, and I mean, like, actually filling it out, not just tossing it in there and calling it a day. Pato the pato. Oh, brr. I like patos. Oh shit, would there still be World Building Wednesday after this if you finish today? Yes. I will never not have World Building Wednesday for as long as I try, because there is so much you can do. I started off with something easy. So with World Building Wednesday, I started off making these creatures. Here, let's just hop over here and go look at them. Well, look at these babies. My friends are no here. Get out of here, Fugi. My friends aren't here, so I turned off the talk sprays for now. Otherwise, you'll just see those squares forever. But, yeah, when I first started making these little babies, they were just a concept and a dream. And I know I've gained new people watching on Wednesdays since I started making them. And they, like I said, they started off as just I want to make a race based off of the goth aesthetic. And the more I worked on them, the more I realized, A, they look like Zant. Not necessarily the Twilight from Twilight Princess. They kind of started looking like them. Although, I don't know if Twilight can have green hair. I know they all have, like, red hair, but they all specifically ended up looking like Zant. Oops. But they also started going in a direction I wasn't expecting, because of just the natural progression of my evolving them. And like I said, I wanted to start easy mode at first, so I went with an aesthetic I already knew. I went with a humanoid that I already knew, which is mammalian. We are mammalian humanoids. We have 2 nipples, we give live birth, you know, all that good stuff. A standard thing a human could do. I gave it to them. They also age roughly the same time as humans. They're reskinned underground humans, pretty much. But with, like, bat-like ears and long hands and... Yes, I'm not showing the nipples, because that would be TOS. Nip? How dare you speak the word? You can't even say it, or you'll get clapped. That'd be a boring stream. But, yeah. These are what I came up with. And like I said, easy mode. I went with an aesthetic I knew, which is the goth clothing. You're saying they're very easily dateable, this species. Possibly. They're also very friendly, so maybe. I know they're, like I said, they are basically just underground humans with some longer appendages and bat-like ears. And even then, it's not that bad. They just look like underground Dalmatian elves. And that's it. I didn't put anything too crazy on them. Ban everyone. No. Please don't ban me. Ban myself. Ah. But yeah, nothing too special about them other than the fun little facial markings and skin markings that I did, which in and of itself is really pretty, but objectively, you know, it's not going too far out of the box. My message didn't show in my chat. Weird. That is weird. Twitch banned you temporarily, Himiko. But, yeah, after I'm done with these guys, I'm gonna wrap them up, put them in a little bow, and send them down the conveyor belt, because I have like 20 race ideas out here. There are a lot of species someone could make. Oh, Himiko. Because, there are a literal millions of species on just this planet. There are literally an infinite amount of inspirational points that you could go to when making another race, and I've done just that. I've looked at a lot of races and I've gone, hey, this looks cool. And I wanted to create something like that. That's where my Droven came from. That's where my Froggos came from. That's where these guys came from. And I want to say I have about 15 races on this specific planet that they're from already. But I'm not going to go into them yet. I want to work on creating completely new stuff. So whenever I'm done with these guys, I'm going to go into something harder. I'm going to cover things that aren't mammals, like bugs. I really want to make a bug race. I've never really touched on a bug race before, and I want to. So, Worldbuilding Wednesday is not done. The underlings are done. But I still have many races I could make and show how to fit in different things, what you can take for inspiration, all that good stuff. I can definitely talk bugs with you. Wah! I love bugs. I mean, these guys aren't buggy, but they are bug-ish because they worship spiders. Possible spider race? Oh no, that'd give the Tragovish a fucking... They'd give them a heart attack. They worship spiders. Oh, I've also been thinking about their funeral rites. Last week and the week before, I was thinking about their clothing and what they would wear to different events. Because we do that. We wear clothes to different events. We have formal, semi-formal, casual, business, all that good stuff. They don't have nearly as many as we do, but they still wear clothes. And I was thinking, okay, well, what would the deceased wear in a funeral? Because I figured out what they would be wearing in a funeral situation. And then I remembered, wait, they worship spiders. They have giant spiders. They just mummify their dead. Why would they put them in a nice outfit? They're just gonna be mummified. I feel like the church, because the church is also in control of spiders. They're the ones who run that ranch. They have a stranglehold on the silk industry because they own a majority of the tamed spiders in their area. So of course they would just mummify. I was thinking too hard. I was thinking too stupidly. That's the thing though. If you overthink sometimes, you might miss the really obvious cool ideas. That's what I was doing. But yeah, possible spider race. Maybe. We'll have to think about it. We'll have to workshop it. I know what race I want to do first though, which is a Dauber race, a mud Dauber race. They're wasps. They're like a wasp race, but they're one of the only few good wasps. I've shown you guys what mud daubers look like. They're very cute, and they're usually dark blue, at least where I'm from. They're black to dark blue, but some of them can be black and yellow. Mine are going to probably be dark blue to black, just because it's a very pretty color. And they're very cute. The mud daubers make mud huts, so I'm going to incorporate that into their stuff. Also, they eat spiders, so they would probably piss off the underlings here, because they worship the spiders and don't eat their people. Don't eat their people's god, basically. Hymenoptera bugs are so attractively shaped. They are very pretty. I do like the mud daubers. They have little butts. They have little butts that stick out. Oh, I've also thought about making a bee race, because bees are just cute. Maybe I just want to make a bunch of cute, fluffy girls. Who knows? I just want to see the cute, fuzzy girls. I love bees. Gods are so delicious. No, Lobo, don't eat the god. No, you put it down. Don't raise that to your mouth, mister. You put it down. Alrighty, let me grab this up real quick. And bring this down for you guys so you can see what I'm doing here. My screen is on my left at the moment, so which is why you're seeing me looking over. But this morning I wrote in some of my ecology because I wanted to fill it out. Bees are perfect cross-section between a classic furry and a buggy. Kinda, yeah. I just think bees are cute and they're fluffy, fuzzy girls. All of them. I love them. I've also never worked with a eusocial, like, culture structure before. And what I mean by eusocial is the whole one queen, many female workers who are sterile, and then, like, the occasional male just there to inseminate the queen. A la ants and a la bees. But, did you know there is such a thing as a eusocial mammal? There is a mammal that works like bees. There is a mammal that has one queen who has hundreds of babies, while all the females go sterile, and there are only just there are a few males in the area just there to be the queen's side hose, basically. There's a mammal that does this. Do you want to know which mammal it is? It's the naked mole rat. Those ugly motherfuckers. Those ugly little shits. But they prove that mammals can adapt to act like bugs. But the thing is, though, not all bugs do that either. Not all bugs are eusocial. There are some bugs that just need one male and one female, have a shitload of eggs, and then lay them somewhere. Wasps do this. Dragonflies do this. Damselflies, butterflies, you name it. There's actually, like, very little creatures that have eusocial dynamics. It's mostly just bees and ants, really. Like, other than that, it's really hard to think of any other creatures that really do that. I think termites, maybe? But if they're not, like, brooding, like, creatures, they don't do that. Mosquitoes don't. Well, like I said, wasps don't. Termites have a king and a queen. Oh, that's so cool! Wait, I didn't know that! Hold up! Now we're gonna look at termites for 5,000 hours. I didn't know that. Hold up. That's really cool. Oh, I also wanted to make a bird race at some point. Test out, bird mechanics, basically. Mechanics? Oh, God. Listen, I've ingested a lot of information when it comes to random dumb shit that animals can do, and I've gone, oh, that'd be cool for a race idea. Fuck. I just googled termites and nothing else, so now I'm just getting, do you have a termite problem in your area? I'm like, no. No, I don't. I'm just a dumbass. Aesoptera. Alright, well, I have them pulled up so I can look into that later, because that's really cool. Termites are cool. I did not know they had a king or a queen. And a queen. Now, the question is, do they... Oh, they do have a caste system. Which is what, typically eusocial, insects have anyway. But, Yeah, it proves that nature, if there is a gap, nature will fill it. Nature will fill the gap. Because if you look at foxes, for instance, foxes are canines. Foxes are related to dogs, but they act more like a cat. That's because foxes evolved in an area that benefited a feline evolving there. But felines didn't evolve in that area. Foxes did. A canine did. So the canine went, what if was cat? And then there it went. And I believe someone compared hyenas to the dogs of the cat world. They're not related to cats per se, but they filled a canine role when a canine was not there. If there is a niche, evolution will sort itself out, and it's so fucking cool. Pretty sure your FBI agent is just sitting there wondering, just in the world is Desmond characters up to? My FBI agent is more than confused. I'm... Oh boy. I feel bad for whatever FBI agent got assigned to me. I've looked up so much weird shit. I could just picture him looking at me on his camera like, what is this man doing? Please stop. Alright. Back to the simpler people here for now. Yeah, like I said, I was filling out my ecology just a bit while I was eating. I haven't gotten a whole lot done. I finished the habitat, which it just explains how their network system works where they live, which is a deep network of underground cave systems with the ceiling commonly spanning above them by 40 to 70 feet. These cave systems are huge. They are huge in both scale and depth. I have the hiccups. I am so sorry. Breath holding. I'm also going to take a small illegal sip because I want to see if that stops my hiccups. Because they've been going off and on since I started streaming. But yeah, this is just talking about their cave systems. The giant basins of caves are home to their civilizations and have been carved into the rock. Have been carved into for rock to make homes both inside the walls and in the empty space between the stalagmites. I also feel like they use stalagmites for housing, because the stalagmites are huge. So I feel like they carve into them. Maybe it's not like the best housing. Stalactites are probably a bit more tedious. Not tedious, what's the word? Not treacherous either. Less stable, I guess, than the literal inside of a wall. But I feel like they'd carve into it. They also just cut out pieces of stone to make houses with. So the houses don't have to be in the wall. I feel like the old houses, the really old families and the really big families, like the nobility, they would probably live in carved out spaces in their cave system, pretty much. I feel like they'd also be pretty high up because they're cooler, I guess. And when I think carving into a cave system, I think stuff like this. Let me pull out a snippet of it. I think this kind of stuff, where they would go in, they probably carve in three-dimensional decorations as well. Okay, so I have a confession to make. I watch a lot of those... How do I describe this without sounding weird? I watch a lot of those YouTube videos where people are carving into the ground by like 10 to 20 feet and then carving the walls to look like houses. They're called like the Survival Network and the Survival Houses, and they make pools and... Yeah, those. I love watching those. They're so cool. I was originally watching them because I was like really hype about making my my dwarf race a long time ago, because I have a dwarf race. but I've based them more off of rodents than like Tolkien. Love Tolkien to death, but those vids are nice. Yeah, I think about what you're talking about. They're using ancient building techniques, right? I think so. They're using like sticks and these little hoes, and I want to see if I can figure it out. uh, Let me see if I can't find what I'm talking about. This kind of. This is just one example, but I've watched videos that feature these kind of people, where they literally carve into the ground and make a house, but everything, including the furniture and like the structure, is all from the hard dirt. I heard something and that scared the crap out of me. I hope my cat's okay. Whoa, I might have to go check on that. But these kind of guys, where they literally carve into the ground and they paint it and they make it nice. So I was thinking they did something similar. They carved into the sides of the... Yeah, those guys! I've watched some of their videos when I can't sleep. Dude, I don't know, like, Kibby? Yeah, Kibby! I heard thumping above me, so I'm worried. I don't know what he's doing. I heard tapping. But yeah, I love watching those videos because it's just so cool. It's very, not therapeutic, but it's very just... It's so primal feeling. You're like, yeah, this is what I wanted to do when I was like an 8-year-old kid and I had a stick. I wanted to build my own like underground clubhouse. You know, it gives off that energy of something that you could do as a kid and just play around and have fun. It just looks so fucking cool to me. But that's how I want to go about their building. They carve into the sides of the walls, and they make all sorts of cool stuff. And I realize my frogs do the same thing. I've realized something. These people are basically just my frogs, but mammals. Because my frogs share a lot of traits with them. This kind of thing brings back memories. I know. Brings back memories for me, too. No. To be young again. And want to just dig your own underground tunnel. But yeah, that I wanted to base their stuff off of them a little bit. Granted, the architecture style is not going to be anything they've made. It's going to be a lot more Gothic cathedral looking. Because Gothic architecture is gorgeous, and also, if I'm going to make a Gothic-inspired race, I'm just gonna go full nuts to butts. We're doing this the whole 9 rounds. We're gonna have Gothic mansions, Gothic cathedrals. Bros from the floor. Hello. Oh, Usagi. Pick up. Here's a sugar cube. Enjoy your sugar cube. But I think Gothic architecture would probably look the best for them anyway. Because if you look at a lot of their cathedrals, they're very spiky. And you know what that reminds me of? The stalactites. So some of these buildings that they've carved into could very easily have been stalactites, or a series of stalactites that they've literally carved into to create these beautiful buildings. Also, the arches of the windows are probably done with structural integrity in mind. The thinner the window is, the easier it is to not have your stuff fall on top of your head. Like here. The windows are probably pretty tall, pretty nice, and very thin, very trimmed. Hell yeah, Goth Nation. Yeah, pretty much. I've based them just off of Goth aesthetic. Everything. that has to do with goth and gothic sensibilities, I wanted them to have it. And I've been able to figure out that it works. These vaulted ceilings that they have on the insides of their churches, and these really high but narrow windows work really well in a cave system. They wouldn't want their windows to be super wide. It would damage the structural integrity of the wall. You can go as tall as you want because that's what everything else does in a cave system, but if you go too wide, that shit's gonna fall. And they took that into consideration. So they got this. And that's the story, and I'm sticking to it. Also, vaulted ceilings with these very sturdy structures right here. Totally doable. Even buttresses. For those of you who don't know what buttresses are, they're these giant pillars that hold on to the sides of your building. Even those form a function. These all form a function for us to keep our building from actually falling down on you. But when you're inside a cave and your building is also attached to the ceiling of your cave, you're gonna want to make sure it's not gonna fall over. So their building is sort of a two-pronged tactical advantage here. It looks aesthetically pleasing, but it also makes sure nothing comes toppling down onto you because you carved in something wrong in your ceiling and now stalactites are coming down on you. Whoa! Oh no, my handsome magnet fell out of my pocket. It's heading your way. Blippi, you're so cute. You dork. Everyone, say hi to Blippi and tell them how cute they are. But yeah, that's the basis of why I think they would have the Gothic architecture. One, because I just want to give them Gothic architecture because it's absolutely gorgeous. But two, I can think of pretty good reasons why they use it. It's just smart to make sure your building doesn't fall on your fucking head. Alright, so I'm gonna take these back. I'm gonna bring them over here. Because I'm gonna use these for when I'm writing down stuff.
Wait, is the font Comic Sans? Yes.
Look at them.
Go ahead and unfollow me. The pain just makes it funnier. It's something that obviously is going to be disappointing for a lot of people. It was guaranteed to happen eventually. Yeah, look. My gripe with Dexit, and where I still feel like it's kind of eh. Never, did you actually unfollow for that? Hold on.
I remember this clip. That's beautiful. That boy got you. Yeah, look at the lovely Blippi. Blippi is, I'd like to think, a friend now. I've been hanging out with them. They've been hanging out with me on the Minecraft server, the IBT server. No, not rude. You're cute, Blippi. Mwah. But yeah, go show them love. Alright, I have all of my references categorized and grabbed up. I might make a folder because I have literally 30 tabs open, and that gives Leon a hernia. And it's starting to make me aware of just how many I have open at times. Also, it's just good to practice saving references. Whether you're an artist or you're a world builder, you typically want to save your stuff. Otherwise, if you close it out and you can't find it later, that's, that sucks. So I'm going to save all these real quick. Because they're all very pretty. That is also very pretty. There we go. Saved and closed. So I'm not going to cover much, if anything, of my ecology. We already went over it and what it does for the most part. I was just filling it all in, more so than I was building it, because it's already there. I just don't want... Hey, yo, friends? Where might I obtain some of these friends? Okay, to be fair, I've been stumbling my way into friendships. I'm not gonna lie to you, Chief. so I would probably not be the best person to talk to about this. But yeah, we've already covered ecology. We know what they do, and I've explained all of the stuff, so I'm not going to worry about that. I haven't entered in this either, but we've already done these. We've done the fashion. I've also explained that they're probably not going to have any tattoos. They consider it taboo, because you are actively changing parts of your skin. Also, it's a little impractical when it's kind of hard to get in certain inks, so it's not optimal either. Makeup is okay for the most part, but they look down on you if you're using it to actively change what your markings look like because you want to hide them. They take very high pride in the different markings that they can get on their faces because it shows hereditarily who you're related to, which shows who you are from a house perspective. So if you're a noble especially, it's very, very rude of you to cover up your markings. So they're very careful with makeup. Now, social. We were covering social last time. I was going over the way they work in terms of genders and gender roles. We also said, yeah, fuck it, they have about average humanoid intelligence, which is roughly 100 IQ. Become their nemesis till they just beg you to become their friends. I mean, you're not wrong, Pinguina. Or just, spend time with people, hang out with them, chill with them for a while, and then friendship happens. That's how it happened with a lot of the people I know now. They just hung out, and I eventually felt comfortable enough to invite them to stuff. I also got the opportunity to talk to them in voice chat, so I'm probably not a very good example of how to make friends because I am very weird. I'm I have issues putting I don't want to say stock into people. That sounds rude. It's hard for me to make a genuine like connection with someone to start a friendship if I don't hear their voice a lot. If that makes sense. Which is probably why it was easy for me to slip into friendships with some of the streamers because I'd already been listening to them for a few weeks. You're telling me normal people actually exist? I know! It's shocking! But yeah, it's a little hard for me to, make a genuine friendship and feel comfortable around someone that I've never heard talk before because I don't know their intonations, I don't know their sense of humor. And I'm one of those where if I am trying to get along with someone or fit into a social situation, I'll actually go quiet. I will be quiet and I will just sit. And I'll listen. Because I don't want to say anything and be an idiot and sound like a dumbass and everyone points at me and goes, "You made a social faux pas, bruh." I'm like, "Oh, whoops." But with a few of the people who had been streaming prior, I had been watching them before I started streaming. So whenever they started interacting with me, whoa, I was immediately into it, and I was like, yeah, friendship, because I was already watching them and hearing them. It also helped that some of them introduced me to others through voice chat, so I could make that connection and hear their intonation and understand how they act. Cause I don't know, I don't like making a fool of myself. uh Oh, bundles and bun blanket and eat sugar cube. You're cute. I always love world building. You're basically, yeah, I am, kind of, yeah. I'm basically telling the story of the people that are here. I mean, right now I'm telling a story about how I'm a silly goose, and I probably seem really awkward and quiet in social gatherings, I'm not gonna lie. But I am extremely talkative. However, if I am very new to a social gathering, I will be very quiet at first because I want to make sure I'm not gonna say anything or do anything that'll be rude or mean. Then there's me, a name on a screen that somehow got friendship VIP badge. Well, that's just because you've been here and hanging out and you're cool. Keep forgetting what's the world again. Oh, the world here specifically? Oh yeah, Trakovish. Trakovish is the name of the people. Social stuff with new people is hard. It is. And I'd much rather just gauge whether or not they are, one, open to my weird sense of humor and social cues anyway, and two, if they're worth being around, because there are some people that say and do really rude, weird, stuff, and I'm like, I don't want to associate myself with this person. I'm just gonna stay quiet. I've had to do that a few times, even with some family members. I'm like, no, I'm staying out of that. I could literally disappear just by being quiet in a room full of people, and I've literally scared folks on random occasions because of that ability by accident, of course. Of course, by accident. It's kind of hard to, I guess, blend in a room full of people for me, because I dress very differently than a lot of people, as you can see. There's a reason my Trakovish, my underlings over here, are, goth-inspired. I really like the style, and as such, I wear the style. So when people see me, they're like, oh, why is that dude wearing black lipstick and has 5 layers of black clinging off of him? Okay, that's weird. Also, why is his boots so tall? Like this? I stick out like a sore thumb, is what I'm saying. Alright, I have not been doing any world building. I am so sorry. This has been a talk about Desmond hour, and I apologize. But yeah, we covered their intelligence. Oh dear. Let me erase that. Hello? There it is. They communicate just like we do. Verbal sounds to their mouths, blah 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 blah. All that good stuff. And we will be covering their language once I'm done with all their stuff. And then we'll be covering their dialects, because I'm excited for language. Language is very cool. I also went over what genders they have, which is the masculine, who is traditionally slender. I know someone who wears a kilt on the regular. There's no clothing one can call normal. True. I mean, yeah, true. But it's hard to stick in, I guess, around my age group plus, because I usually hang around 30 to 40-year-olds, and then there's, the 50, 60-year-olds who are like our parents and grandparents. And it's a little hard. They're, the kids. The young 20-somethings are a lot more open about that kind of stuff, and they don't bat an eye. While people who are a little older, they kind of give you a glance, and then the 60-year-olds, 70-year-olds definitely will stare. But a lot of my family has gotten used to it. But that doesn't stop older people on the street from looking at me weird. Or getting yelled at from a car. It's happened. But yeah, we will cover the languages separate from everything. Because languages are its own beast in and of itself. Now then, as far as genders go, like I said, I want them to be a trinary. We always hear stuff about binaries, male versus female, but these guys have 3 genders: male, female, male. And they each have their own roles and looks. Just like how we expect males to have the big broad shoulders and the females to have the big hips, and that's their silhouette. They have a silhouette of their own. Males are typically slender with a pencil silhouette. They're just this 2 straight lines. Females are taller and with curves. Females have the big hips. Oh, have a good lurk and a good food, Himiko. But males are the ones that are seen with the big shoulders. And they are not... We would consider them gender neutral, but that's not gender neutral to them. Gender neutral for them is not having any of these qualities or any strictly these qualities. And then I wrote down the roles. If you are masculine, you're considered emotional, dramatic, and you're melancholic. You're a sad boy. Men in this culture are considered the drama kings, I guess. It's their stereotype, basically. Females, on the other hand, are considered curt, cold, thinking, calculated. You don't know what they're thinking. And I realize this has to do kind of how spiders act in general. In spider, not spider culture, but in most evolutionary understandings of a spider, the females are huge and the males are bitty tiny. And the females are scary as fuck to the males. The males have a duty into the animal kingdom to, you know, hit it and quit it. But the females also have a duty to eat. You see where I'm going with this? The males go, haha, I have to successfully copulate and not die. So that's kind of how this is. The females are definitely terrifying. Big, terrifying. And the boys are flippant and scared and melancholic and all that. And they're like, oh no. So it's kind of like a reference of that a bit. And as well as the U-males. The U-males are stereotyped as nurturing. They are the very kind, nurturing, weaving kind of people. Basically, male need a bang, the female without dying. Yes. That's basically how it is for most insects. It usually happens 6% of the time. Ooh, we have statistics. You know what I feel bad for? The peacock spider. He just wants to shake his little booty. He just wants to dance. And then the female just chomps him anyway. It's like, that's so rude, lady. He was trying his best. Don't eat him. Also, for neutral, if you're non-trinary, as they would call it, or as we would call it if we were in their situation, if you're non-trinary, you're considered a part of the priesthood. Because the priesthood has no identity. They use makeup to cover their markings, because that's the only time it's appropriate. You're hiding your home, your lineage, because you're no longer a part of it, you're a part of the priesthood. And I feel like they might even have markings of their own that they put on their face. Male peacock spider dances, female peacock spider. Terrible. What is this? So, at least she got dinner and a show, I guess. That's mean. Lineage said like lineage. That's how I say it. Lineage. Is that not correct? It's not lineage. That's dumb. Pretty sure it was lineage. Uh-oh. Wah. Now I gotta look up how to pronounce lineage. Lineage? Oh. Is it because I'm saying eneage instead of ineage? Let's go look at the, I'm gonna go look at its actual... Here, let's see.
Lineage and ancestry.
Lineage. I say lineage, leave me alone. Most people pronounce it the other way. Oh, okay. Maybe I'm just dumb, but it's just how I pronounce it. Leave me alone. Alright. We have to cover sexualities. Now we put a lot of stock into sexuality, like heterosexual, homosexual, lesbian, gay, bi, pan. We put a lot of stock into it because for so long we were oppressed with it. I'm a bit of a grammar Nazi sometimes. When it comes to saying a word incorrectly, I silently go on a tangent. It's okay. I don't know if it's my accent. That's the thing. I just say lineage. please be nice to me and baby. But yeah, we put a lot of stock into sexualities because that's what we needed to do. We started putting a lot of labels on it and trying to figure ourselves out because for so long we couldn't. We were oppressed by it. But there are some cultures that don't put too much stock into it, or at least older cultures. Nowadays, most of the Western binary heteronormative like narrative has been put onto a lot of people, but way back when, they only had like a couple words for it and just called it a day. Like if you were gender nonconforming or gay or bi or whatever, you all kind of fit into this one little spot, and they're like, yeah, you're this, and that's it. They didn't really put too much stock into it. Now these guys don't really care for it either. They're like, whatever. As long as you continue your line, your house line, I don't really care how you dress, how you act, or what you identify as, or who you love. Because for them, marriage is not love. Marriage is pure business transaction, which is how it actually used to be. Oof. Yeah, marriage used to be a business contraction where one person was pretty much, usually the female, pretty much sold to a male's house and acted as the... Sorry about that, I got a yawn. But she usually acted as the anchor between two families. This marriage was just a family making an alliance, because if they had a kid between two families, it was like a meeting between it. And I know, oh, thank you for the sippy time, Noctis. Oh, thank you for the yawn, Pinguina. Ah, water. Thank you for that. I have been talking quite a lot. But that's how they're going to see it. It's a business transaction. Nothing more, nothing less. And if you have someone outside the marriage, they're like, whatever. Have someone outside the marriage. Don't ruin the sanctity of the marriage, because the marriage itself is what's keeping the two families together. But if you want to have someone on the side, and if you get caught with them, who, they're not going to, like, reprimand you too much, it's probably considered a bit of a faux pas to have someone outside the marriage, because ideally they'd probably want you to be fond of the person you're married to. But most of the time, these people probably aren't. Finally caught a World Building Wednesday. What are we talking about? Selling women? Kaden! Hi. You weren't supposed to hear that. No, we're discussing marriage and what it used to mean. Because marriage was, very, very politically tied. You're right, Lobo. Very political, very business. You weren't doing it because you were in love with the person. You were doing it because your dad and your husband's dad got together and said, hey, I want our kids to get married because they have opposite genitals. And that was it. Hey, you give me present and I'll give you my daughter. That's basically how it happened back then. There was such a thing as bride price. A long time ago. Once, at least in the Western area, once there were, like, more social customs, there was something called a dowry, where you get money with the girl. But that was more like a bribe to get her into a better house than the house she was born in. Clans forming permanent alliances. Basically, you are giving up a hostage to be in an alliance with. 3 goats, take it or leave it. And not every culture hangs on females having a dowry, like I said. In I believe there are quite a few groups in Africa, even today, that still do bride prices. They will take a certain amount of cows or goats for the price of their daughter. In fact, there was actually a story about that. A man had 7 wives, and he wanted each wife to have a daughter. It's because he would be like, hell yeah, if I have 7 daughters, I'm gonna be the richest motherfucker in this land. I'm gonna sell all of them and I'm gonna get all the money. Like, literally, there's a story about it. It's there's a lot more to it than that, but that was like the beginning of it. And it shows a part of their culture. So, yeah. Our modern day Western thing, we're not going to be doing that for their marriage. Now, like I said, how does that come into their sexualities? They wouldn't be putting a whole lot of stock into labeling this stuff, and they wouldn't really be thinking too much about it. They're just there to love. If you fall in love with your handmaid as a wife to some dude that you've been married to for a few months, and your handmaid is your best friend you've known for years, and you two start a relationship, no one's gonna bat an eye. You've already fulfilled your duty to your husband, you've gotten married, and you're now holding his progeny. You're good. You fulfilled your duty, pretty much. And so that's what I'm going to be doing for these guys. They won't really have too much about their sexuality. Social hierarchy, though, is going to be nuts. We're going to be covering that here in a minute. Let me move my stuff, actually. I have a bowl. I have 2 bowls. I had food earlier. So let me clean myself up here a minute. Alrighty. I've moved my stuff, and I have my tablet right in front of me. Oh, I need my glove. Aha! You know what's kind of funny? Most artists like to wear black, like, silk-filled gloves whenever they have those screen tablets so that they can move their hand around the screen tablet and not make it, like, goopy. Welcome back, Himiko! I hope you have good food. But, my glove... My glove is very small because my hands are very small. But I have to actually fold in one of the fingers, my pinky finger, because it's so fucking tiny. I have to actually fold in my glove onto my pinky a little bit because it's just so little. Help. Might give some of these to my cat. Chicken curry and rice. That sounds fucking good. I want try. Me want bite. Please share with the class, Himiko. And by class, I mean teacher. Gimme. What's that picture you made for me the other day? Hold on. Let me go pull it up. I need to save this, actually. There's a lot of things here that I need to save. Oh no, it's so far up. Hold on. I gotta scroll. I gotta scroll for a long time. This me. Me, but with your curry. Curry Gib. Alright, so for sexualities, we're gonna write this all down real quick. Ah, I'm gonna pop my back while I'm at it. Alrighty. What? Oh, Blippy. Sex? Never had her. You dork. Alrighty, so for their sexualities, we're gonna say they don't put a whole lot of stock into it. How am I going to word this? I'm probably just going to put in a bit of information and then call it a day. I don't need to make it fancy. Not yet. Hey, yo, sex market? Sex duck marquee? Poggies. I'll just put a soy sauce in it. Ooh. Ooh. Give it a little dab of that soy. Hell yeah. God, no. I just had food, but now you're making me hungry again. There isn't much focus on sexuality and having sexual identities such as gay, lesbian, bi, other than that. Which means these people are probably just bisexual in nature. They don't really see the difference between liking a dude or a lady. They all just, it's whoever you fall for, that's who you're with. That's who you like. That's how I see it, at least. Their culture does not discriminate against the same genders being in a relationship with one another, and as such, needs no labels for it. There we go. They have never created labels for their sexualities because they've never needed to. And I think that works pretty well. Now, as for social hierarchy, oh boy, there is quite a lot to unpack here. They have the royalty, they have the nobility, they have the artisans, then they have, then they have the priesthood, that's right. And then they have the artisans, and then they have the laborers. The royalty are the leaders. Let me move my hand out of the way. Sorry about that. The leaders of the region and the civilization. The royalty is probably in the capital. They are the highest of the high, and they are the ones that make the decisions about pretty much anything and everything that doesn't have to do with the priesthood. The priesthood is its own beast. They're actually probably, I wouldn't say competing with the priesthood, but I feel like the nobility and the royalty are two sides of the same coin with the priesthood. Pansexual race? That's so valid. That's so valid. Wanna rob a bank? I fucking love that meme. Yeah, they're pretty much a pansexual race. They don't really care. They don't put labels on it because it's just as likely to fall in love with a dude as it is with a lady or a you-male. Because remember, they are a triad of genders. That's not to say they have more than two sexes. Well, they technically do, just like we do, but the typical way for having a kid is through a male and a female genetic females and males. There isn't a third, official sex that is needed for copulation. It's just anyone in between strict male and female that has differences. It's common enough to where it does become its own gender, which is really nice. However, just because they are progressive or seen as progressive in that state of mind does not mean they are progressive everywhere. No civilization is perfect, sadly. Unless you're the Silver Elves on this planet, because the Silver Elves are fucking cool. And I love my Silver Elves. Okay, so the leaders of the region and the civilization as a whole lives in the capital and rules and regulates the Other cities. Yeah, I feel like it's kind of like a city-state situation, but the king, or not the king, but the royalty probably gets intel from everything. Although the city-states will probably be so isolated sometimes that their reach doesn't even go to it. Actually, let's do that. The leaders of the region and civilization as a whole. Let's not have royalty, actually. Let me do something here. Nobility. The ruling class of the city-state that they're a part of. So we're going to make this a bit more like ancient Greece, where there were city-states, and that would make a lot of sense because there's not a whole big sprawling piece of land that you can own that can give way to the feudal system. There are just giant pocket basins of cave systems, so it's real hard to keep a hold of power onto these basins when you can't hardly get to them very easily. You can get to them pretty easily in the feudal era, and you can fight over them very easily in, like I said, feudal Europe. Or like in Japan, where there's like a huge emperor and then a bunch of little states. It's hard to make a feudal system when your biome is so spread out and hard to pinpoint these cities in the first place. So I feel like it's a city-state system. And the nobility are considered the ruling class, are the not really the dukes, but kind of like the king and the queen and then their vassals. That's the nobility. So they're the ruling class of the class of the city-state that they're a part of. This consists of a king, of a monarch of some sort, with their partner, as well as their immediate family and their vassals. There we go. So that would be the nobility. For their priesthood, like I said, priesthood is its own beast, and they have a lot more connections going back and forth. So the priesthood's something to be afraid of. The religious class of the civilization. And the power that rivals even that of the nobility class. Although they are considered like one unit, it's actually very common for the priesthood to occasionally give one of their own to a nobility, like to a noble family, for marriage to keep relations okay. Because the priesthood class, you are born into it. If you're born into it, you cannot get out unless you marry one of these noble people. That's the only way to get out. Because they typically want you to stay in your lane. This is a civilization that wants you to stay in your lane, stay in your class, stay in your caste system. And they use their religion and their culture and their layout, their land, to enforce that. So let's go up here. They have a strict social system in which there is a caste, and those who are born into it have little to no chance of going higher up the social ladder. So an artisan will never be able to be a noble. A priest would probably not really be a noble either, but they will occasionally give one of their own to a noble family to keep relations good. Now, whether that means they are married or not is a different story. I personally feel like they probably wouldn't marry them as much as they would just be like a vassal that's connected to the family to keep relations okay. And in turn, I feel like the priesthood would expect a noble to give up a child, maybe a younger child, to the priesthood to take up monkhood, basically, to take vows and become a monk. A little tit for tat, trade for trade sort of thing. To keep everything relatively amicable. And I feel like the priesthood, like I said, priesthood and nobility probably butt heads a lot. Because while the nobility owns a lot of the food supply, because that's what makes you noble in the first place, you are usually the person that controls the food, and people come to you for the food, so then, you know, over time, you, food person, you now in charge. That's just how it's happened a few times for a civilization starting. I'm sure we know, well, at least I don't know if you guys do, but there was actually rice dynasties and rice emperors in Japan. You owned the rice, you were the dude in charge. That's just how it was. So I feel like that's how nobility came to be in this clan, in this race as well. But the priesthood started going neck and neck with them for that kind of stuff because they started taming and taking care of spiders, and spiders are a very important part of their culture now. They provide food because you can eat the spiders. They provide warmth because they make silk. You can make leather, which can bind books, which can make armor, which can give you padding for protection. It's really versatile. So, yeah. Okay, so they are in control of the tamed spiders in the region. And as such, provide a plethora of byproducts that benefits the people. Now, the nobility they were once in charge of and ran mushroom farms, and still do to this day, giving people... Oh, I spelled benefits wrong down here. Who am I? Oh, I did not. It just doesn't register it as a verb for some reason. Dan! What is it, Dan? What's up? What's on the agenda, buddy? Let's say making people dependent on them for sustenance. Sustenance. There we go. So we have all that written down. Artisans. These are the common class. I said, what is it? I didn't say guess. I didn't say what. I said, what is it? You brat. You were gonna say it anyway. Pata pata. Alrighty, for the artisans. Like I said, we're getting into the common class now. A commoner class. Not treated with disdain like the classes below them, which are the laborers. As sad as that out. No, it doesn't count. I didn't say what. It didn't rhyme. You're cute, Dan. No, it doesn't count. Your little gun will not scare me. Do you know why? Would you like to know why, Daniel? Daniel! You are not new! Fine. Fine, but I'm gonna keep this gun on you. I'm gonna have it trained on you, buddy. You're gonna have to behave. Ah! My gun disappeared. Where'd it go? There it is. I'm gonna keep this trained on you. Hello, my name is Desmond Dracula, a vampire bat butler, also known as a battler. I go by he, him pronouns, and I like to draw as well as world build on Wednesdays. Those are not lies, Daniel. I also play a variety of games from RPGs to roguelikes. I have my gun trained on my wolf child right now because he is bullying me. You want to try me? All right, I'll put it up. I'm sorry.
This stream is for people who are 18 plus. I wonder why. It's not like I'm talking about how I want to be dicked.
Daniel, what was that? You fucking dork. Whatever. Alright, we're going back. We're going back to the classroom. Lunch break's over. Bites tail. Ow! I was playing Meet the Robinsons. Nice! Chat speaks lies. That's not true. Chat speaks truth. Chat would never lie. My chat is good beans. They are all innocent and they would never lie. How does that go to that convo though? I don't know. It sounds like something... I can't answer that. Can you stop enjoying it every time I fight you? Oh, I never lie. We love the cuties in chat. I agree. We love the cuties. We love Dan. Dan's a cutie. Pata pata. Even if he wants to say he's not, he's absolutely adorable. You are cute though, Dan. Even if you don't think so. Why? Why? We love you. We don't want you to die. Mwah. Oh, a snack! Thank you, Noctis. What should I grab? I have options. Do I want... I know what I want. I'll be right back. I gotta go run for it. You're being rude, Dan. Okay, fine. I'll do my workout, and then I'll have my snack. After water. Alright, Dan, what am I doing? Squeeze? Yeah, I figured. I figured. And then I'll grab my snack. I grab my snackums. Oh dear. Yeah. Don't worry, Noctis. I'll grab a snack right after I do my squeeze. Give me a stretch. Alrighty. Stretches, by the way, are free for whenever you redeem a exercise. Because I don't want to wear myself out. Alright. I gratified your house saying you're cute. I graffitied your house. I heard that it's gratified. I'm too far away from the screen. Alright. 1. 2. 3. 4. 5. 6. 7. 8. 9. 10. I realize I get kind of out of breath when I do my exercises because I'm eking half the time. Alright, I'm gonna go run and get my snack. Be right back. Mono auto blinks. Yes, it does. It doesn't really pick up my blinking because of my glasses. Whew. Alrighty. I got a bowl. And I got my oranges. I have little baby oranges. They're so cute. And I got a bowl so I could put the peels in. Little babies. Ow. Oh, God. Do you guys also eat your oranges with the shell on? Yeah, same. I mean, to be fair, I just like oranges, but I like the babies because they're very tart. And I love tart. Num 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 num. Oh, wow. My camera's tilted to the side. Hold up. There we go. I was kind of topsy-turvy for a minute. I can't be the only one to eat a watermelon in one bite. Bruh. I love watermelon. I'm so ready for the summer, because that's when they're in season. They are delicious. Eh. You complain about me eating my burgers with a shell. I was making a joke. I didn't actually bite my orange with the peel on. I did bite into the peel, but I do that to actually peel the process. Or process the peeling? Start the peeling process. That's the word. Split down the middle. Grabbed a spoon and used each half as a bowl. Oh my god. That sounds like something I'd do. Granted, fear my power. I don't fear it. I'm enthralled by it. I'm inspired. I'm inspired by you, Blippi. I do not fear your power. I'm inspired by it. I'm in jizz. I fucking love baby oranges. They're so goddamn good. Oh, they're called cuties here, but they're still so foul. I go for a snack. Oh, that one was really tart. Oh god, that one got me. Wanna go on a watermelon date? Sure! Let's eat the crap out of some watermelons. It's platonic, right? This is a platonic date? Because I'm already married. And I'm monogamous as fuck, so... Okay, cool. I ain't a homewrecker. I'm not a homewrecker. That wasn't installed onto me. Watermelons are my favorite fruit. Can I join? Yeah! Let's grab Noctis. Grab up Noctis. And drag them in with our watermelon shenanigans. Yeah, watermelon date. Watermelon date. I'll grab some apples so I can bring Leon with us. Because Leon likes apples. I don't think he likes watermelon. Or if he does, he doesn't eat it that often. He prefers apples. I should know. I've pilled that boy apples. Last summer, there was a place that for every 15 euros of stuff you bought with €1 extra, they'd give you a whole watermelon? What the fuck? Hello? Can I have that? Can I do that? I want to pay $1 for a whole fucking watermelon? Also, every 15? Bruh, if I go there and I buy $100 worth of stuff and I just chuck, like 10 more dollars at them, I get like 10 watermelons. That was shitty math, but my point stands. I'd get a fuckload of watermelons. I think it's 8, actually. I'd get a fuckload of watermelons. From what I learned in anime, when a watermelon's shown, it's always destroyed by a bat. Dibs. Since I'm a bunny from heaven, I have made my own set of rules for humanity. One of those rules is, if you are strictly in a monogamous relationship, you must remain faithful. Yes. That is a very good rule. That is how I see it. Cheating in any capacity is fucking mean. Uh-oh. I don't know if you guys hear that, but I'm ruffling around for a good little orange to nibble. Oh. There we go. I have peeled about 4 of them, and I'll leave them out and snack on them as you guys redeem. Because this is gonna sound stupid, but whenever I first peel them, they're usually really, really squishy on the outside, and for some reason that bugs me. The texture of like the super squishy outside bothers me, so I let it sit out after being peeled for a bit, and I let it just... Oh, this room smells like oranges now. Oh my god. I wish you guys could smell it. I wish I had smell streaming. I'd hold it up. That's the sound of the orange peels in the little bowl. Oh my god, it smells so good. Hi, Charismatic Canine! I'm over here crying over how oranges smell. They're delicious. And yeah, little baby oranges. Hi, Kibby! My cat has since come out of his hiding hole because he's heard me messing with the plastic wrapping of my little bowl of oranges. Alrighty. So I've chewed a few of these. I have them ready for snack. So next time we redeem, I'm just going to start munching on these. But for now, we're going back to my social hierarchy. Symbiotic species. Now, when I hear symbiotic species, I think... kind of... Cattle's not really a symbiotic species, is it? Though not strictly a I'm just gonna write this down because it's the only thing I can think of, and I want to get it out of the way. Can I add to this? If you cheat, you're chucked out the window into the pits of hell. Oh yeah, Himiko's a hellhound. We have a heaven bunny and a hellhound. I think you guys could work a pretty good system together to put all the assholes where they deserve to be. Think Venom and Marble. Also, I'm kind of slouching. Give me a second. Let me adjust myself here. There we go. Alrighty. So, it's not a strictly symbiotic relationship. The Trakovish rely on a giant spider species that they have since tamed and now ranch as though the spiders were cattle. They use them for meat, leather, and spider silk. Oh, thank you for the stretchy, Himiko. Oh. Ugh. Oh, that felt nice. No shrimping. No shrimp. No curling. No crunchy bat. Yes, ma'am. I'm sorry. I'll be a good boy, and I won't crunch. Alrighty. So that's pretty much all I can think of. They don't really have any other species that they have these kind of relationships with. Now, I'm going to go back to this because there's a lot more to it. A commoner class, though not treated with disdain like classes below them, the Artisans not menial labor. What is it? The Artisans are... the skilled craftsmen. Of the culture. They cover a wide variety of jobs, such as... not weaving, specifically. Weaving actually goes to priesthood. So we're going to make weaving up here. They also dye the cloth. They have to do with cloth-specific jobs. They also take care of the spiders, for the most part. The nobility, I've decided, they don't have anything to do with the spiders, the priesthood does. So artisans work with anything that doesn't have to do with that. While the nobility is just the ones that rule and deal with the food. They cover a variety of jobs, such as architecture, jewelry, fashion. Now, that while they don't do the weaving and the dyeing, they do buy these bulks of silk from the priesthood and use it to create clothing. Lurk for a bit, got some stuff to do. I'll be back at the end of the stream. Before the end of the stream, because I'm in dire need of world building inspiration. Oh, Pinguina. Heart. Alright, have a good lurk. Alright, they cover a wide variety of jobs, such as architecture, jewelry, fashion, art. What else? Glass. Stonemasonry? Like design, stonemasonry design. Let's go look at what we used to do. Oh, cooks. Now let's go look at medieval jobs of craftsmen. Let's see. Because, yeah, we actually used to form guilds for that kind of stuff. And they used to, like, set rules and stuff. I feel like these guys would, too. I feel like they have their own guilds and stuff, too. Because I like the idea of guild halls. Alrighty. It's not loading.
Oh no, my web page is not loading.
Let's see. Butchers. Oh, butchers, bakers. Not weavers. Winemakers? Ooh. So I'm gonna say, well, not necessarily, well, maybe butchers. I don't know if the priesthood would actually get their hands dirty and take out one of their spiders, or process the meat. I feel like they're just the providers, and the artisans buy this stuff from them and then sell them, for better pay. Got create a whole system of cities, races, and other stuff made of kids' toys, authoritarian regimens, joy, suffering, and a fuckload of kid-like creativity and imagination. Nice. I believe in you. You have got this. I feel like they'd make wine, maybe? But it'd be out of mushroom, like a mushroom mead. I'm gonna say brewers. Because everyone likes to get drunk. Yeah. Oh! I clicked something. I messed up. Alright, mason, farmers. Farmers are more considered laborers. Watchmen, shoemakers! Shoemaking! Cobblers! Wheelwright. I don't know what that is. Roofer. That's more of a laborer thing. Locksmith? Ah, blacksmithing. Well, jewelry smithing. Goldsmithing. Well, no, that's dumb. Silversmithing? That's close to jewelry, but not quite. Maybe it has to do with, like, locks, nails, stuff like that. Tanners, of course, leatherworking. Tax collectors? Whoa. Nah. I feel like yeah, actually, a tax collector would be in the artisan. I could see it. Alright. Belt maker, that's just leatherworking. Grocers. Armorers, kind of. Although, they don't really have a need for armor. A padder, maybe. Maybe armorer, but more along the lines of they pad stuff. Carpenters are more like laborers. Here, I'm gonna come down here. A commoner class, though considered more, considered less skilled and are looked down upon by all of the other classes. These jobs that fall under these categories the jobs include farming, carpentry, because it's all about the manual labor. Farming, carpentry, stone moving. You're like, mining. And other jobs that required heavy lifting or dirty work. Kind of like, also maybe sewage cleaning. Because these people do have, sewage. Sewage management and other jobs that required heavy lifting. There we go. Hey, I didn't spell that. And artisans had to do with crafting with your fingertips. Nothing really too, like, muscle making. Nothing too, like, labor inducing. So that's going to be our 4 main social hierarchies. And I am more than certain, in those 4 social hierarchies, there's going to be even more layers. So let's say you go into the nobility and you see a vassal from this, and then you have a noble wife from here, and then a noble duke of this. I'm sure there's going to be a ranking system. There's a ranking system in the priesthood, definitely. I've already drawn clothing for that, although I haven't really put a ranking system to it yet. I will do that later. But for now, this is all we need. And we know that there's ranking systems inside these. Like, for instance, if you are a silversmith or a jeweler or a fashion or an artist, you're probably considered higher. Oh, hi, Blue. Cutie. You're probably considered more high on the spectrum of this, not, on this unspoken social ladder than, say, a grocer or a cook or a shoemaker and a tax collector is probably higher than that as well. And then in that, there's also merchants, and especially traveling merchants. So, yeah. And all of these would probably culminate into different guilds with each other. Like, let's say you have a merchant that dabbles in just selling fabrics and clothing, you would probably want to have a guild and be associated with a guild. Yeah, it's Blue. Very sweet wolf fox. Pata pata. Very cute. But yeah, you'd want to be in a guild with a lot of people that are associated in your stuff. Yeah, traveling merchant. So fun fact, these people do live in a giant underground cave system. However, there has been recent developments on the world that I've been contemplating, and I think these people have been recently discovered. Someone went spelunking and found these people underground. And the traveling merchants are now figuring out they can actually leave the caves. So not only have traveling merchants always gone back and forth between city-states to discover different textiles and all that good stuff. Merchants are now starting to travel outside of the caves, which I find really cool. Yes, thank you, Blue. This will be on the test, so please take plenty of notes. Imagine I actually whip you guys with a fucking test one day. That'd be funny. It'd be for a goof, but it'd still be funny. Maybe it should be an April Fool's joke one day. Like, alright guys, we're taking a test. Granted, I'm okay with just chilling and not having April Fools as a thing in my channel. Alright, so I don't need this stuff up anymore. I can just close it. There we go. And with that, we can come down here. We already have symbiotic species. They don't really have parasitic species anymore. Same thing how we don't really have to worry about parasitic species. I mean, yes, we do have to worry about, like, mosquitoes in certain parts of the world, and we have to deal with leeches in other parts of the world. I changed my name to Blissey on April Fools. Nice. I wanted to nom the the emote. Don't mind me. But I can't really think of a parasitic species at the moment. The only thing I could really think up is parasitic bacteria and worms that they could get from being bitten by bats in the cave system. Because the bats in the cave systems, fun fact, we don't get sick by a lot. Bats don't get sick by hardly anything. Our immune systems are great, but that's why if humans handle bats, we can occasionally catch something, because the bats have plenty of stuff on them that does not affect them, but it will affect us. So that's probably what's happening to these guys. Bats are carrying species of parasites or diseases that they can handle, but these people cannot. The only question is, what kind of creature should it be? Aw, hi Blue. What's that little face? You're very cute. I'm trying to think of some sort of parasitic species that would do that, though. Because cave systems don't really have... maybe they have leeches. I'm gonna give them tiny leeches to have to deal with. And the water systems that they have, this is so interesting. Really? I mean, I'm glad you guys find it interesting. I guess I've had this kind of stuff stuck in my head for literal years that I guess I consider it mundane. But I am glad that I'm not boring you guys. I think I'd be sad if I bored you guys. Oh, I hear my cat. Hi, Kibi. But yeah, I'm glad this is interesting for you guys. Oh, I also wanted to take a poll, since I have all of you here. I wanted to ask a quick question. What part of world building would you guys want to see me extrapolate on? What part of world building would you want me to cover in full detail in order to help you? Because I don't know what part of the world building process people get stuck on. Is it like the culture? Is it like making the actual species? Is it creating the language? Like, what about it confuses people? And I want to know, and I want to help. So let me know your thoughts, everyone in chat. What part of world building challenges you or confuses you? And I want to see if I can cover it, especially after I finish these guys. Because I want to make sure I get everything cleared out before I move on to the next species. Sorry, I'm peeling my oranges while I talk. Because Our minges are good. There we go.
Got some of the peel off.
Alright, so yeah, I'm gonna give them a leech to deal with. Because, they are in an underground cave system, which has a lot of water pockets. Of course, there's gonna be something that evolved there. And I'm pretty sure leeches don't have eyes. They don't need eyes. Oh, some of them do. But maybe the leeches don't need eyes. I'm just saying. Also, can I just say leeches are gross as fuck? God, why did we ever think it was a good idea to put this on our own bodies? We're weird. Anyway, I'm gonna close out of the leeches and stop looking at them, because they're starting to make me feel weird and gross. So, their civilization has to deal with a translucent leech commonly found in the water outside of their civilizations, which will occasionally latch itself onto local fishermen. These leeches can pass on diseases through their saliva or through biting. Through biting their host. That works. Oops. Now, they kind of have another creature that they have to deal with called the Ill Omen. Well, it's just a bat. Would like to know more about the language. Okay, so covering language, which I'm down to do. Language is one of my favorite aspects of culture. But I actually wrote down some predators, which they considered something called the Ill Omen to be a predator, and it looks like a bat-like creature. Think Mothman, but a giant bat instead, and they considered it like evil. I think the medicinal purposes for leeches is to suck on something swollen to make sure there's blood flow. I'm not an expert on this. I'm just making a guess. I was talking about more like the medieval era when we put leeches on people. When we just did it because we thought their humors were out of line, and it's like, that's not how that works. Well, these leeches can pass on diseases through biting their host. Now, the bats that live down here are not parasitic. Leeches are, though. Pets. Okay, so I went through a lot of creatures that I liked for potential pets, and I found these cute lizards. Batman. Yeah, they kind of have a Batman. Mothman, Batman. They have a Batman to deal with. So I want to give them pink lizards as a pet. And these cute little oxalotl looking things called ohms, I think? Let me look it up. I cannot remember what they're called. Ohms. O-L-M. They look like oxalotls, but they're like really long. They're like snake oxalotls, and they're very cute. So they're gonna have ohms as a pet. And they look like this. I was not kidding when I said they look like long axolotls. They look like long, no-eyed oxalotls, and they're pretty cute, and I could see people having them as a pet. They also probably have little snakes as pets. Because anything that could be crawling around in the cave system, they could probably end up making a pet. But anything with a hard shell, I feel like they're just gonna eat. Yeah. Like, crabs, you can have shellfish, That's a snake. That's a bat. They probably don't have pet bats because they consider bats to be, pretty much bad luck. I'll stick it to what it is now. I can't really think of anything else that would be super relevant to them. Other than these creatures. Ooh, that thing looks cool. Alrighty. Yeah, these are going to be the 3 main creatures that we will consider for now. So kind of like how we have cute fluffy creatures as our pets, they consider these to be pets. Creepy, scaly little creatures. And then anything else they consider food. Like a crawfish. Like these little guys. These are cave shrimp, pretty much. And they consider them food. They'll nom those. Nom nom. Those are nom noms. I don't think they would eat other insects. I think they would use the other insects for their spiders. Yeah, I think it'd be considered kind of gross and sacrilege to eat a spider's meal. You don't want to do that. So they really stick to a pescatarian diet, as I wrote down, which means that they primarily eat fish. Yeah. They do also eat mushrooms, but we'll get into that. Alright, so festivals. I have not come up with any festivals yet. I'm a lame-o. I don't know. Warring. Let's go to the bottom real quick here. They're not warring with anyone. They have no one to war with. Because it's extremely difficult to even wage a war when you're in an underground basin. Not enough room. Not enough room to do these wars that you want to do so badly. That, and if you have spent so long living in a cave and becoming pretty much a monotonous species, you end up becoming more friendly as a result anyway. Think of the dodos, for instance. The dodos were isolated away from humans, they were isolated away from all predators, and they became extremely docile and friendly. And then humans took advantage of that and ate them to extinction. But listen, that's besides the point. I feel like these guys have had something similar happen to them. They evolved in an area so isolated, with hardly any creature to have to deal with, that they have become very docile and friendly. Yeah. So they're not going to be warring with each other. Not really. They'll probably still have disputes, of course. Like, just because they're docile and kinder and friendlier doesn't mean they're not gonna, you know, get a little heated with each other once in a while, especially when it comes to political disputes. But I don't think they would ever think it's time to throw down and start, you know, attacking each other. Nor would they benefit much from attacking each other, because there's not a whole lot of land to gain from that. All the land is so split off from each other. Because of all these cave systems and networks and stalactites and stalagmites in the way. It would be a hassle to get through all this and to clear out enough space to even warrant why you're fighting for this stuff. So, no, No cave fighting. Now, that's not to say they aren't in need of protecting themselves. Like I mentioned, humans have recently found out that they exist. And what happens when a pretty good at war species figures out a very, very docile, cute species is living somewhere cool? They usually try to fight them. So they're probably starting to try and get some sort of military presence in their city-states. Maybe some are more prepared than others, but for the most part, they are blatantly unprepared for the human excursion that's probably going to happen. Because like I said, they were just recently found, so it's not happening yet. But they do not have the technology to fight back against humans. As sad as it is. I don't want to think about that, because that makes me sad. But I know that's probably how it's going to evolve. Unless they can really keep humans at bay. Ugh. Or humans are just that bored when it comes to living in caves? Maybe humans just don't want to live in a cave system and don't want to deal with their bullshit. So, will there be infighting with humans? Probably. And they probably can't protect themselves from them very well. However, now that I'm thinking about it, I don't think humans would try to fight for their land per se, because they're like, fuck that, I'm not living there. This is dumb. I think they would be fighting them for goods. The beautiful silk, all that stuff. Yeah, I think they'd mostly just be going for the silk and like the rare mushrooms. But other than that, they wouldn't really be going after them for anything else. Huh. Or, hold on, or they don't fuck with the underlings because the underlings have giant fucking spiders. And they went, let's fucking not. That could be a thing. Maybe they're protected just by the sheer terror most humans get from the literal giant goddamn spiders that these people have at their beck and call. So maybe they don't need a military presence. The priesthood is just gaining more power because of this situation. I like that. I think let's start writing all that down. So after my little brainstorm here, and my little verbal like regurgitation of my thoughts. So there aren't any active wars between the city-states as they have evolved in such an isolated location that they are passive and very friendly. However, they have recently been discovered by a human group from the outside of their caves, who they are having tense relations with. However, the humans have not made any active moves to go to war with them due to the massive, I'm going to use that word, of huge spiders that they have as allies and tamed cattle. As such, the priesthood is gaining more power for this political struggle. There we go. So they're not warring, but there are political tensions happening between them and the recently showed up humans, and the priesthood is like, we're doing it. Ugh. All right, alliances. I mean, they make as a culture as a whole, they all have alliances with each other because they're all city states, and they all pass noble children back and forth like they're going out of style, like they're hot potatoes. So though there have been no other species to make an alliance with up until very recently, they have had many alliance trades of both byproduct, mercantile is a better word, as well as through marriage of nobility to keep relations with other city-states amicable. So, you'll send your noble child over to them, they'll send you a couple of priests from their city-state, and you guys are pretty good. You guys having a little alliance going on. Trading. They do a lot of trading in between their city-states. And very recently, some merchants have, like I said, started coming out of the woodworks to go outside. Now, they're not equipped for the outside at all, so they have to wear very special equipment. I was thinking something like a full veil, like body robe. Blue, you're so cute. I'm glad you're taking notes. So let's write down trading. Trading between city-states is one of the most common ways bustling and welcomed. With merchants taking goods from the priesthood to artisans as well as to other priests in other cities to do business with. As such, many materials and goods there we go. So there's probably like a line or like a big, long trail between these city-states that merchants very commonly follow. And because these people are very, once again, like I said, friendly, a lot of them don't really have to fight to survive. There's not really any attacks on these merchants either. So they do have these trading. Now, as for, I'll get to that in a minute. Festivals, I'm still tripping over that because I have no fucking idea what to do for that. Now, relationships, family structure. Okay, so we're going to start with family structure. We're going to cover when you are... Oh, that's what this is. Cover when you're born to when you die. So, their infant mortality rate is not like ours. It's not as good as ours, but it's not as bad as what we used to have. It's not as bad as, like, our medieval ways of doing stuff. There's a wee wad! Welcome home, cutie! Please get some rest. I know you're not feeling good. Ugh, give a little stretch.
Yeah, Wee-Wan just came home. Leon, Himiko-san, Leon.
Please get some rest, cutie pie.
I said hi to him and smooched his face. No one tell anybody.
I think he likes me, guys. Alright, for birthday. Now, not necessarily, you know, a birthday party. More like when you're born, what do you do? So, I really liked the idea of something called name days. It's something you'll hear in Game of Thrones a lot. It's when the parents waited a week to see if the kid would actually live, and then you named the kid, because it was a lot more apparent that it was going to stay alive. I feel like they do something similar. They wait a certain amount of time before the parents can actively see their child and take care of the child. And I feel like until then, a local priest, like a very, very low-ranking monk, probably comes there and just takes care of the kid. Because remember, or maybe even a U-male. Maybe they get maybe they hire a, not a wet nurse, but a U-male which actively, possibly functions like a wet nurse, pretty much. So maybe they get this U-male wet nurse to take care of the kid until they're about 5 days old, in which case the parents go, okay, my kid's okay. It's gonna live. We're good. I feel like that would work. So I'm gonna look up the process of like a name day. Because I know, like I said, that's what oh, it's a European tradition, too, apparently. I was also thinking of giving them a second name day as well. Japan does this, or it did. Oh, this is not... I use the word name day in the way I didn't think it was. Let me click this. Okay, but in Japan, whenever you hit a certain age... at least in the really old days, I'm pretty sure this is how it worked. I can't think of a U-male as anything other than a U-shaped subterranean spider male. When I say U-male, I spell it like this. E-U-M-A-L-E. U-male. Mm-hmm. Gone. Welcome home, Master.
Teehee.
I'm trying to figure out if this is an actual thing, though, because I've heard that in feudal Japan, you grew up with a kid name and then you changed your name when you were older, but I can't find any factual basis on this. And I'm trying to figure out where I can find that all out. So I'm gonna look up Japanese kids' names. Because I don't want to be spouting this kind of stuff if I don't know if it's true. Okay, let's see if this helps. Could just create the tradition yourself for the taco fish. I could. But before I go off on about it being from Japan, I want to make sure I'm not getting my stuff wrong. Huh? Oh, Leon sent it to me. Given names? I'm gonna hold on to that. Because I found an article, and I want to see if I got this right. Hopefully I haven't really fucked up the right name. No, Dracovish is definitely how you say it. Or how you type it. Which means, for them, it's just what they call themselves. I call them my underlings, just because it's cute. Let's see, yes, the surname comes first, blah, 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 blah. Written with some, blah, 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 whatever. Structure, blah, 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 blah. Surnames, blah, blah, blah. I don't care about all that. I'm scrolling through my article here to make sure I get it correct. Given names. Okay, so... Alrighty, so in Japan, apparently it says the most common type of name for children was yomyo or domyo, specifically a child's name which was conferred with due ceremony 6 days after birth. So they did the same thing. They gave the kid a name roughly a week after they were born because they wanted to make sure the kid wasn't going to die on them and they didn't invest emotions in them, I guess. Because it's hard enough, you know, handling your child passing away, but back then when the mortality rate was bad, you kind of had to just expect it, so you didn't even name them sometimes. Let's see. Written with 2 kanji, or occasionally there would be similarities to the names of the adults of the Nara period. Maru and Maru is a suffix denoting affection, so this is explaining how the name is set, so I could do something similar. Generally reflects the numerical order of the birth. Oh, yeah! They also named their kids after numbers. The Zokumyo, confusingly enough called Tsucho, or Kimyo, or Yobina, generally reflected the numerical order of birth the child had in the family. You were born, basically, kid 1, kid 2, kid 3. It was really funny. It's beautiful. But, I believe, like I said, you took on more names, or you changed your name and took on a bunch of other names after a certain time period that explained your, like, what you were good at, and your patterns and all that good stuff. And your characteristics, basically. Fun story about names. There was a friend of mine who was trying to change her name. Lots of paperwork. While asking for the birth certificate, she found out she had 2 from completely different places. Oh. That's actually really creepy. I don't know how I'd feel about that if I found out I had a secret second name. Okay, so given names and taken names. Huh. Okay, so there's something that's called given names, which is what I've been linked to by Leon. And in the article, it says that there are something called given names and taken names? She explained somehow her father registered 2 times. Oh. Oh, that makes sense. I mean, you know, I still don't know how you fuck that up, though. Especially if it's from 2 different places. But yeah, I'm gonna do this, where whenever they hit a certain age, they get their name changed. Or added onto. Maybe the parent will still call them their old name as a kind of like a pet name or a tease name. Yeah, because I'm sure we all have parents that gave us cute nicknames when we were kids. You know, I don't know, like Pookie Poo or whatever. Your parents probably gave you an embarrassing nickname and you were like, oh my god, please stop. And I feel like these kid names are more like parental nicknames rather than like the official name that they're going to have when they become an adult. Kind of like naming your kid Richard, I guess. But instead of calling them Richard, you call him Rick. Or like having a kid named Timothy and you call him Tim or whatever, Timmy. It's like a cute pet name or little baby Bam, like a Tim Tam or something like that. And then whenever they age, they grow into this adult-sounding name. So I'm going to write all that down. So when firstborn upon... Let's do this. Upon one's birth, the infant Chakovish is put into the care of a Humalian wet nurse who raises and takes care of you for a week. They can be a part of the family or specifically hired for the situation. Like, they could be like maybe a cousin or something, but they're going to take care of you for the week until they know that you're not going to die on the family, basically. Ugh, hiccup. I know she had some trauma about it. It might be the cause of her wanting to change the name, but I didn't pry into it. Because one time her old name slipped out of my mouth and I saw her shivering. Oh, luckily she calmed down. She's doing fine now. Oh, okay, that's good. But that is really weird. I'm going to register my kid twice. What? Alrighty. But yeah, they can be part of the family or specifically hired for the situation by a parent or even the priesthood. Once the child has passed a week and is considered healthy, they are given a name, a child name. Let's do this. So when you're born, you're chilling with your Umelin nanny for a week, and then after a week, you're given back to your parents. You're given a child name. They are returned to their parents and given a child name. Now your squat's on me. Okay, can't hear me. You can see my face, Bulba. Alright, I'll do my squats. I'll go do my squats, I guess. Wait. Alrighty, let me get a little stretch in. Stretch my legs. Okay. 1. Wait, no. I don't have to squeak this time. 2. 3. 4. 5. 6. 7. 8. 9. 10. Bulba, I can see the anger though. Yes, you can. I will show off my angie. She didn't have to squeak. Hey, I didn't have to squeak after my squats. You did it a little late. I finished. So I can just at you all I want to in my chair. Trying to tease me, I see. What? My cord is stuck. Okay, I'm good. I didn't panic, you did. Damn delay. Mwahahaha. Ah. Alrighty. So yeah, you're given a child name. These names, actually, culture. Do I have anything to do with names in the culture? I do! Naming conventions! So I'm gonna worry about writing down names and stuff after that. So, I'm just gonna keep it at birthdays and that's it. I will come down here though, just so I won't forget it. You get a child's name after a week, and then you get an adult's name at your... When do they consider breaching? Because we worked on that with their clothes. I think you get it... Possibly at 15. Because 15 is when your marks are fully set into your face, and your marks are what tell people your characteristics. There's always a good old hi, I'm new. You brat. Okay, fine. For those who are new, hi, I'm Desmond Dracula, a vampire bat butler, also known as a battler. I go by he, him pronouns, and I like to draw as well as world build on Wednesdays. I also play a variety of games, from RPGs to roguelikes. Satisfied? I hope so. I'm being bullied.
My nose. My nose itches. No, help me.
Perhaps. Alrighty, so adult's name after your 15th birthday. Oh, jeez. So, or I guess your 15th name day? Because it's a week after you're born that you're considered... I almost said you're considered a person, but that's not true. But yeah, I think that's when they celebrate your birth. A week after, whenever they realize you're not going to die. Alright, so as far as relationships go, I don't know why I put this category here. I think it has to do with what kind of relationships they have and how they form relationships. So I'm going to skip it for now because I can't think of anything that would be immediately needed in this. I'll figure it out though. Now, as far as family structure goes, you typically live with your parents, the two that had you. So, for family structure. Typically, a family consists of all members of the house that share blood or relationship with the owner of the house, I suppose. The owner and the heir of the house. And when I say house, I mean both the family and the building. I feel like the building and the family are connected. They consider the house to be, like, part of the family, if that makes sense. Because not a lot of people move out of their houses. Most of the time, if you're moving out, you're like a really younger sibling and you're trying to, like, go make your own life somewhere. But it's pretty rare to have a younger sibling move out of the house with another younger sibling to start their own lineage. it's a lot more common to sell, not really sell off, but it's pretty much selling off, to marry off your younger children to someone who already owns a place. From what I understand, you male are not able to copulate. Traditionally, they probably consider you males unable to copulate, but you male is a gender, not a sex. So you can be a you male, and you can still have the means of which to have kids. It's just seen as a stereotype that you can't have kids if you are a you male, because that's the category for them as they understand it. Kind of like how typically you consider men to be the ones with, with the outie, and females with the innie, but that's not strictly a hard and fast rule. Trans people do exist, and they very much also have transhuman people. Someone who was born female maybe identifies as you male, and they make the transition. Mostly it's a social transition, which is just clothing, because they don't really need to have body surgery. They all have pretty much very close bodies structurally, so. But yeah. That's typically what you males are. I hope that made sense. But let's see. The family consists of all members of the house that share blood or relationships with the master and the heir. Now, the master and the heir, it doesn't matter what their gender is, they're just the ones that own the house and carry the name. And this is more to do with nobles and artisans. I don't think laborers don't... I don't know if laborers follow this rule really strictly. And the priesthood definitely doesn't follow this. This is just for social family structures, not sects. Sects. S-E-C-T-S. I'm sure it made sense. I'm not sure I'm smart enough to understand it, but I'll respect it. Oh, okay. Basically, yes, you males can. Most of the time they can. Alrighty, so the family structure itself consists of the master of the house, which the one in charge, basically, their marriage partner. I should probably say spouse. That's a much shorter word. Their firstborn, which is the heir. I'm going to say the core part of the family structure. The core of the family structure consists of the master of the house, their spouse, and then their heir. Because as sad as this is, if you have younger siblings, they're not considered part of the core. What I've gathered is that U-male is the equivalent of other in online registration. Not quite. U-male is itself its own gender. Other would still be a thing if they were a thing. Because we have a binary, we have male, female, and if you're not that, you're other. They have male, female, U-male, and if you're not that, you're other. They have a triad, or a trinary, not a binary. I don't know if that's confusing. Basically, they have 3 genders instead of the traditional 2, like what our civilization likes to cover. Not counting gender-neutral stuff. Alright, so the core family, yeah, the master, the spouse, and the firstborn. And like I said, sadly, if you're a younger sibling, even if you're a kid, one of the kids to this master, you're not considered part of the core, as fucked as that is. Like I said, they want you to stay in your lane. The rest of the family that can be found in the house most commonly. Other common family members. Let me word it like this. I'm making it hard on myself. Other common family members that live in the house are the master's other children, as you know, your siblings. An occasional aunt or uncle. The master's siblings, because if you're the spouse, you didn't bring your siblings with you. Makes sense. It may be because I'm still trying to understand our reality that the trinary system still baffles me, or because I lack imagination. I'm trying to project you male onto something in our reality. Very possibly. It's even hard for me sometimes because it's just how our world works in a Western perspective. We think masculine, feminine, and then nothing, or either. And then that's it. But for them, they have masculine, feminine, and then eumalin. And each one holds their own roles. Kind of like how we think masculine, stereotypically, you think athletic, sports, whatever, all that stuff associated with dudes. When you think ladies, you think, you know, fashion-minded, cleaner, all that good stuff. The stereotypes that come with that. And then when you think neither, you think of like unisex clothing. Like, I'm speaking from a very bare bones Western civilization, looking in from like a very rudimentary lens, if that makes sense. But for them, they would have 3, not 2. I don't know if, like I said, it's hard to wrap your head around. Their gender roles are different from ours because of it, though. Common family members, yeah, the other children, their siblings, and then any, I don't want to use paramour, because I don't want to sound like I'm stealing from Game of Thrones. But I believe paramour is just the correct word for it. Okay, when you Google paramour, you just get the rock band. Oh, it is the correct word. Oh, because I spelled it wrong. Teehee, I'm funny. And by funny, I mean dumb. Yeah, paramour, specifically an illicit or secret lover. Okay. So yeah, it's basically your side hoe that's not your main spouse. Which, like I said, happened very frequently before marriage for love. And these guys do marry through a business transaction, so they would probably have their secret lover living with them. Although, like I said, it's not too bad to them if you have another lover. Because the marriage, like I said, there's hardly any feelings between that most of the time. It's not ideal. And it is a social kind of, what are you doing, bud? But it's not like illegal or anything. Dumb, funny Desmond. Yes, me dumb. Huh? Oh, Leon. I heard Leon mumble behind me in the bed. And I was like, what's wrong? He's like, you're not dumb. I wanna pet him. I wanna pet him gentle. He's not feeling good, guys. Send Leon hugs and kisses, because he's not feeling good. Oh. My sweet boy. My sweet bear man. Oh. Oh, okay. Here. Here's the pet. I send it off to Leon. Here, I'll put the hand right here, so that you know you're petting Leon. There it is. It's up in the distance, letting you know that you're petting him. That's for Leon. That's a pet for Leon.
Pinguina sent you a pet, baby. Yeah, so they're gonna have their paramour, and they're considered just, oh yeah, that's my dad's boyfriend, you know, like, because as I said, marriage, business transaction, you're related now and you're together, but it's not for love, as sad as that is. We'll get more into that though whenever I get into courtship and marriage. Oh, I could probably put it up here, relationships. As far as relationships go, that's pretty interesting. So I could hold on to that. Your house itself is not considered. Well, because it's not necessarily a secret, not for them. Well, at least not in the house. It's not really secret. It's probably secret to the city as a whole. You probably want to keep a lid on it, kind of. But typically, if you take on a paramour, you're probably going to take them in as I guess like an attendant or like a maid to the house. You're like, oh yeah, I'm just hiring them. So outside, it looks like they're just another worker for your home or like another vassal. But, you know, that's not their true role. You're there to love them. And I feel like the house, for the most part, probably just secretly gets that. And they just don't really talk about it. Alright, so courtship. Courtship has to do more with courting someone to get married to them, but for them, they don't really court each other. Not the way we do. We don't go on dates. Or we go on dates. They don't. They don't go on dates. They don't spend time with each other, figure out if they're good for each other before getting married. Their two parents go shake hands and say, alright, your kid's married to mine now, and that's basically how it works. Do you also go over what the Trakovish see as illegal or immoral? I will. That's in culture. Because that is a cultural thing. If it's different from ours, though, it could be a discussion that goes against TOS. It could be, but if it goes against TOS, I'll just be careful how to word it. Or just not cover it, if that makes sense. Because I don't want to break TOS. That's not fun. Alright, so as far as courtship goes, not a whole lot goes in between the two actual parties who are getting married. It happens between the parents. So when two Trakovish are not really scheduled, are In order to initiate a courtship between two Trakovish, two parents, the parents from the respective houses, after making sure that the match is with... Now, remember when I said they want to stay in each other's lanes? They're going to also do that when it comes to matchmaking. They're going to make sure their kid is getting married to a kid who's roughly in line with their own caste. So if you are from a line of nobles, but you're not like the leaders of that specific city, you have no chance in hell of marrying one of the leader's kids. You're just gonna have to stay in your lane as a vassal. So you're like, fuck it, I guess I have to marry Count What's-His-Face's kid instead of the prince. You know, kind of like that situation. Because remember, like I said, while there are 4 roughly 4 caste systems, there are also ranks in said caste systems, and they tend to look at that. If you tend to marry in your caste system, but you marry a little lower on the rank, they're like, what do you, homie, you know, aim higher, you know? At least that's how it happens when it comes to marriage. They want to make sure your kid's future marriage partner is roughly in line with them. So that means I'm going to have to figure out the ranking system a lot quicker than I thought I would. So after making sure that the match is with a potential partner that is of the same social standing and caste as them, comes together and discusses terms. Because remember, the kids, for the most part, don't really have any say in the matter. They're just like, the parents do it. Now, this is only to do mostly with firstborn issues. If you're second or thirdborn, if you don't have any, like, potential marriage material in your area, or like your siblings have already gotten married to the good ones, the good firstborns are in your area, your caste system, you could probably have a lot more of a loose rule. So the younger you are, or the younger down the sibling ladder you are, the more better off you are when it comes to finding someone and actually marrying someone you care about. Does this go for every caste or just the ones in the upper echelon? I would say it goes for all nobles, artisans, and not really for priests or laborers. Laborers have a different social dynamic when it comes to courtship and marriage and all that, because the laborers are usually not in those parts of the city. If they are, they're very, very low on the rank, and they don't have to worry too much about this to begin with. It's more about social standing. And if you're a laborer, you don't have to really deal with that kind of social standing. And if you're a priest, you probably do stick to it on some level, but your housing structure is going to be completely different. Because the priests aren't all blood related, they're all a congregate of people. So if they are doing it, they're doing it through cities, not through their own congregation, if that makes sense. I'll have to go over the ranking systems of each one before I can really get into the meat of how they court. But this is just for a common rule of thumb, most of them sort of thing. But there are going to be a lot of exceptions. Just like there is with any culture. There's always an exception to the rule. So once terms are met, they probably go over their kids' facial markings. They get a reading of the, I guess the two betrothed. So they get a reading of the two betrothed. They get a face reading, a mark reading, I guess. To see... basically to see how well they'll get along. Because like I said, the parents want their kids to line up and be cool and end up liking each other and loving each other even, but sometimes that's just not ideal. It doesn't happen. So they try their best to find someone who their kid could jive with. Which is why they toss in a mark reader. So as I've shown you guys plenty of times, these guys have lovely markings on their faces. And these patterns are so varied, they've actually started adding traits and characteristics to them. Like if you have a really long black line that goes down the middle of your eye, you're considered very friendly, you know, stuff like that. So they read these markings very particularly, very carefully, to see if it matches up with the other person's markings and make it to where you're a good fit for each other. Worldussy, oh no. Hi, Zaladin. Yes, it's Worldussy. Thank you for the sippy. I have been talking quite a bit. Ow. Ah. Wobber. So once terms are met, they get a mark reader of the two betrothed to see how well they would fit together. If everything goes well, then I feel like they start doing gifts. Now, there's a fun little thing that the Chinese used to do, and I think they still do on some level. Whenever they started doing courtship, they would just take turns passing gifts back and forth. Especially the groom's parents, because they're like, look how much we have, look how much we could provide for your daughter. It was kind of like a symbol of their wealth to show off that, hey, your kid's in good hands, we can take care of her. Oh, and a stretch and a snack. Thank you, Zaladin. Oh, I just felt everything in my body pop. Oh, that felt great. And also orange. I'm eating oranges, little baby oranges for a snack. Num num. They're so cute and they're so delicious. And the slices are just like a little mouthful, like a little candy. Oh. You pop them in and they're immediately gone. Thank you for the little snack. Oh. Oh, haha, I love these. I love baby oranges. They taste awesome. Alright, so if everything goes well, then I feel like they do start giving gifts. Let me look up how... Let's... Oh no! I'm choking! Alright, I'm gonna go look at engagement customs for the Chinese, just to make sure I do this correctly. Yeah, the Chinese also had a matchmaker. They looked at your birthday, your star alignments, all that good stuff, to try and make sure your kids were correct for each other. Because, fun fact, for those of you who have seen Milan, the matchmaker is not some lady that will see if you're good to marry. A matchmaker was someone who took the dates and star alignments of the bride and the groom to make sure they lined up correctly and went, yeah, they're good for each other. If they didn't line up, they'd be like, oh fuck, this is gonna be awful. Please don't get married. She does invite all eligible Chinese youth, as according to this thing that I'm reading, but more than likely, more often than not, she was usually hired by the parents, which I thought was really cool. But yeah, after that, there is betrothal gifts, and I think they start tossing gifts back and forth as well. Then the two families begin a series of betrothal gifting. The master, because remember, the firstborn is the one pulling the spouse into the house, into the spouse house, into your home. Your as it was put so eloquently earlier, you're basically taking in the hostage here for the alliance. And you want to show that you can provide. So they do it first. They send the quote-unquote groom's family, the person who's in charge of the family, for the kid, will send it to the quote-unquote bride first. Because, remember, these guys, they don't put stock in, oh, it's a patriarchal, matriarchal, whatever. It's just, whatever gender you are, it doesn't matter. You can be in charge of your house. So this can be a woman taking in a man taking in a woman into their house, a man taking in a man to a house. It just depends. So the I don't know how to word this. I guess I could quote-unquote groom and use the word, like, groom and bride, as bride being the one that's being brought in, with groom being the one that is the, initiator, I guess. The more prestigious family, I guess. Who's, the betrothal partner. Who will be giving their name. Hi, Captain. I see you have used my full name. Wouldn't hosting guest work here? Possibly, but I don't want to sound like it's that detached. Welcome home, Master. You silly bean. So the betrothal partner who initiates the gifts giving is the one who will be, I guess, yeah, we'll just say host to the other. And I'm not sure what kind of gifts they would give. Possibly silk, jewelry, stuff to show that, hey, look, we have a lot of lavish stuff. Jewelry, silks, and rare imported goods from other city-states. Just kind of be like, hey, look, I got stuff from other places. Aren't I cool? Sorry for being late. I was out with some 3D friends. No, you must never apologize for that. You are allowed to hang out with other people. I promise. My programmer brain first went to master and slave, but that's mostly because programmers tend to have this kind of grim stuff. Oh. That's spooky. But yeah, they probably provide... Hoy ho, I'm finally home. Welcome home, Bubba. But yeah, they kick out some presents, throw it at him, and be like, look how cool we are. Ah! Got me. Also, Bulba, did you see my angry face? You said you saw my angry face. You're like, I can't hear you, and I'm like, guess what? You can still see my upsettiness at you. Okay, good. Alright. Push-up time. I gotta take off my glove. I don't want to get it... Don't want to get it on the floor. I almost tripped! Leon's shoes were here! Alright, I'm good. He just kind of kicked off his shoes because he's not feeling good, and I'm an idiot and stepped on them. Okay. Want to see a new logo I've been working on? Oh yeah, you can send it to me. Just know I'm on the floor now, so I can't read. Okay. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Ah, my shoulder. 7, 8, 9, 10. Oh, there we go. What? Yeah, you can send me the logo. Whoa. Oh, that looks really cool. Ugh. Have to go to bed tomorrow. Have to wake up early. Wish you all a lovely day. Okay, Pinguina, have a good sleepies. Yeah, I saw it in the DMs. It looks really cool. Alrighty. So, after the whole formal gift giving from the quote-unquote groom, or the house owner, I guess, the house heir, if the guest or bride is family is receptive, because remember, sadly they can't really have a say in it. So if the guest or bride's family is receptive to the gifts and are impressed, they will probably send a dowry. And the dowry probably has to do with financing and some of the bride's materials and my Overwatch 2 is at 78%. Nice, Bulba. I do not have Overwatch 2 because I didn't sign up for it at all. I didn't even know it was a thing. Can you tell I'm active in the Overwatch community? But I feel like they would send a dowry in the form of some of the bride's materials and some money to cover materials for the bride. It's part of the property that they own that the bride will need when they move in, essentially. It's basically them saying, here's some of our kids' stuff, because we're getting ready to move them in with you. So they will send a dowry in the form of payment, just to take care of the kid, take care of their initial needs. Kind of like giving... I don't know if parents do this, but kind of like sending your kid off with a bit of money to college to be like, here you go, pay for your basic amenities while you're settling in. Something like that, I guess. But I don't know if parents do that. It's just something that came to mind. It's a spending allowance for the kid to help them stay afloat until they're better settled into their environment. It's also to show that you are receptive to this, and you're trusting the family with some of the bride's belongings. The guests' belongings, including clothing and some furniture. However, they probably won't give everything. They're probably going to give their kid... So for the marriage itself, this is going to go in the marriage category. They're going to kick their kid off towards the house, I guess, the main house, but they're going to keep some of their stuff with them. That way, if shit goes completely sideways, they have something to return to. But this is like worst case scenario. They need to divorce immediately because something bad happened, or the family had like a scuffle, or their the quote unquote bride is in danger, something like that. So they're probably, it's like a foolproof, like a backup plan, kind of, where they don't have nothing if they come back home. But some of their stuff is there just so they can get settled in. And as they are eased in, they'll probably bring the rest of their stuff to the house, or they might just keep it in the original house as a, hey, this is ours kind of thing. So yeah, after they've started sending stuff, they set a date for marriage. And typically, the kids probably don't usually meet each other. Not often. Maybe there is a courtship ritual where they can meet each other, but I don't really see them letting their kids really talk to each other prior to the engagement. They wouldn't see much of a reason to do that, not right away. So maybe when the date is set, sure, they'll have the kids on like a formal meeting. But that's after you're already engaged. So you don't even get to meet the person you're going to marry until you're engaged already. After the engagement is set, you probably have a few meetups. They probably have the core members, like the parents, and then the ones involved. They probably don't bring any, like, younger siblings, unless, like, maybe the parents have, like, a little baby or something. But even then, the females of the family could take care of them. These meetings usually include the parents of the two betrothed and the betrothed and the fiancés. No. The parents and the two betrothed. I can spell. There we go. Okay, I couldn't spell, but listen. Alrighty, so the meetings probably have to do with more terms that the parents might need to set, but it also gives the kids an opportunity to just talk and hang out, and I feel like they are accompanied each as well as an attendant for each child, I guess. For each family. I'll just put that. They use this time to further discuss terms. Probably political relations. The kids aren't even a part of at this point because the kids are the bartering chips. They don't have a say in what's being bartered. They don't have a say in what's being moved politically either. They're just the chips, sadly. They're just a domino in this whole game that their parents are playing. But that doesn't mean they can't take the opportunity to actually see if they can make it work. And so that's what this meeting is about. It's the parents figuring out everything personally, as well as marriage, dates, and all that, and what's going to be happening. Who takes whose name, all that good stuff. And the two betrothed are given an opportunity to meet face to face and discuss each other with an attendant from their respective houses acting as like a chaperone, kind of. You're making sure the kids don't get rowdy. You don't want them to get too weird or yelly, or you wanna keep things cordial between them, so you have an attendant from each. Haha, I know how to spell chaperones. So yeah, while the kids walk around, they probably go meet somewhere public. So the kids are gonna go off, walk, let the betrothed hang out and talk. Then the two attendants are probably usually behind them a bit, giving them enough space to get to know each other, but also just watching them, making sure nothing happens. And then after that, after maybe 2 more meetings of that, then they probably just have the wedding. You get 3 dates. Make sure it counts, kids. Oh, this is awful. Why am I writing this? Why am I doing this to my poor people? Alright, now as far as marriage goes, I don't know what kind of... So when I put this down, it has to do with, like, stuff they'll do at the wedding and what marriage consists of. Other than them meeting each other for basically the 4th time, dressed nice, there's not really anything super crazy that goes down in a marriage. Let's see how other people do it, because I know we do a lot of kooky shit when it comes to marriages. We like to do traditions that we don't even know the origins of anymore. Like, why do we trade rings, for instance? You know, where did that come from? It's stuff like that. So I'm gonna have to figure out what kind of traditions they have, why they have them, and what was the origin of it, so that they can have stuff to do during the wedding. Yes, Captain? What's up? Actually, why do we pass rings now? Time to Google it. I appreciate and love you. We appreciate and love you too, Captain. You're very cool. Oh, Leon's mumbling, but I think he loves you too. What, sweetheart? Oh, he said you're great. He said Captain's great. Yeah, he's not feeling too good, so he's just chilling right now. But I'm sure they have some sort of clothing that they use as a recognition marker to say, hey, this person's married. Because a lot of cultures do that, if not all cultures do that. We typically wear rings, but I know there's a lot of cultures that have it to where people wear their hair up once they're married. I believe I used the Himba as a reference once. When I was talking about how their hairstyles change as they age, like the girls have their hair folded in these 2 braids that hang in front of their face to show that they're young and they're not fit for marriage. They're kids. Don't look at them. They're covering their faces. Go away. You know, that kind of thing. And then as they get older, once they're of marrying age, which is probably gross to us, but I think it's like 16 for them. I don't remember. They put the hair back to show that the girl is of marrying age. And then she wears this like little goat headdress once she is married, and it's really cute. It's like a little hat. She's wearing a little hat once she's married. And the guys put their hair in a turban. They just completely wrap that shit up. And that's to show that you're married. So, of course, we're all going to have cultural signifiers that says this person has taken. I don't know what kind of signifiers those are going to be, but I'll figure it out. I need to do some uni work, but I shall lurk. Okay, have a good lurk, Captain. And thank you for the hugs. And thank you for the Leon hugs, too. I keep calling him Liam. The names are so close together. It's not my fault. But yeah, I think I'm gonna give them a hair thing or something to wear. I googled marriage hat. I'm so dumb. Alright, so I'm just gonna put this down here. After marriage wears something to signify it. But I don't know what they'd wear. I already have so many cool outfits. It might be some sort of bracelet, maybe? Maybe it's like a big silver band, but... Maybe a necklace? It has to be something that all genders can wear, so it would have to be able to coincide with every piece of clothing they wear. It could be a head ornament. Now thinking about it, they don't do a whole lot with their faces. And much like India, when women are married, they actually pierce their nose. They put a ring, a hoop ring through their nose, and then they add a little line on it. At least they used to. I don't know if they do that now, but typically when they're married, they wear these hoops on their noses. And they are very pretty. So maybe they'll do something similar. Maybe they'll have some sort of jewelry? Or like a head ornament? Because if we go, let's go over here. Let's look at their clothing. They are covered pretty much from head to toe in so much clothing. It's really hard to figure out what I could change about this that would say, "Hey, I'm married." The only thing I can think of really is taking a silver band, maybe a silver plate, like a wide silver plate that has been curved by like an armor or something that you put on your waist. Men could probably wear this too, but you'd probably wear that to show you're married. Either that or, like I said, the nose ring. Because there is no other space to put stuff on these people. I've covered them from head to toe. Even the veils. The veils aren't there to show that they're married. They're just a decorative piece. They wear hats and veils and all this sorts of stuff. High collars. Pretty much all of them are covered from head to toe. So I may incorporate a nose piercing, a la Indians. Indian style, not Native Americans, like actual India. Because otherwise, there's no room for these people. So maybe it might be a septum piercing? Like if you have a nose piercing in the middle, like that bullhorn style, it's like, oh yeah. The bull ring style, it's like, yeah, that person's married, maybe? Can they bust it down sexual style? What? Bust what down? I'm scared, Bulba. What is this question? Wah. Yeah, I might use some septum piercings to be like, yeah, they're married. Good. Uh-oh. Be scared. Uh-oh. I'm scared. Also, yes. I'm glad I dragged the fox to your server. Oh yeah, I saw Caden join. Caden's a good boy. He's very cool. I genuinely enjoy talking to him. He's really cool. Yeah, I think I might have a nose ring as the signifier for marriage because it's the most obvious. They're going to be looking at their faces anyway because you look at facial markings to tell how a person is because that's just what they do. Man really needs the vibes right now. Oh. Pata pata. I gotta hug him now, I guess. Don't let the fox eat me. No, it's okay, Usagi. He won't eat you. Much. Nah. I said much. What's wrong with the little nom? You know, what's wrong with a little munch? Snatch up the banani. He won't eat you, or I'll kick his ass. Okay, good. Bulba will protect you. But yeah, I'm thinking nose rings can be the piece that they wear. So let's write that down. Now that we've stared at them for 5,000 hours, because I just realized something. If we put a jewelry on top of their heads, on their foreheads, the U-males would just cover that shit. Because they have bangs. Well, typically they have bangs. So it's like, what's the use? You won't be able to see it. So after marriage, wears a nose ring as a signifier. And maybe you and your spouse even share like the same nose ring design, because if you look at nose rings, they can have a lot of pretty elaborate designs. Let's go pull up an example, for instance. There's like your standard hoop. You can have a bunch of bangles on them like this. Like, look how pretty this is. Look how pretty that is. You can have stuff like that. You can have multiple chains hanging off of it. That's pretty. That's really pretty. So I feel like the bangles are probably commissioned. probably commissioned special, and it's like, oh yeah, that I've seen that before. You know, oh, this guy was wearing it. Oh, so you're married to him. Kind of like that. See, like that? And I feel like the master of the house probably wears the nose ring in a different pattern than the one who was married to them. Maybe the master... I keep saying the master of the house, but like the person who gives their name... maybe they wear theirs kind of like this. Maybe as like a front-facing septum. And then the person who's married has it on the side? The person who's been adopted into the family? I don't know. I'll have to give it some thought. But yeah, I could totally see these acting as like cool little matching wedding rings. 'Cause I know a lot of wedding rings nowadays for us do that too. We have like matching wedding bands pretty much, and it's really cool. Like this is really cute. This is a pretty good example of what I mean. The wedding bands match, and you can tell it's for a male and a female. Male and a female. I make it sound so, like, dry. Then this is the male ring, and this is the female's ring. But yeah, here it's another, like, feminine ring and a masculine ring, a couple's rings, and they match. They're very pretty. So I could see that being a thing. Very pribby. That's not a matching wedding ring. I mean, this said matching wedding rings for couples. Okay. Whatever. But yeah, you guys get it. Oh, hold up. Those are pretty. I just want to show these off. Because they're very pribby. Alright. I'm closing it. But yeah, after marriage, they wear the wedding ring as a signifier, commonly sharing a design with their spouse's ring. So yeah, they're gonna have these rings look pretty similar to each other because it's cute. All right, for the funeral. I haven't come up with any traditions that you uphold during a funeral, but I do know that if you are of the core family and you are in mourning, you keep your faces covered completely with the clothing that I've already designed for it, as you guys saw me draw a couple of weeks ago. However, whenever I stopped and went, hey, how am I going to have the deceased dress? My brain actually tried to process how the hell they would clothe their dead. And then I went, wait, no, that's stupid. Their god is a fucking spider. They're just going to mummify them, you dunderhead. So they would definitely mummify their dead. They process their deceased in an not really embalming, in a mummification. In a mummification period, I guess. Yeah, they mummify you when you die. Now, I don't know if they'd actually feed your ass to the spiders, but they would definitely mummify you. I don't know if they'd have the spiders themselves do it, or if they would do it through a sort of silk. But like I said, they do worship spiders. They consider spiders to be very important to their life. So, I don't know if they'd let the spiders wrap them up. Kinky. No, not kinky. Stop it. Pata, pata, pata. You shush. I'm gonna Google spider mummy. I just got spiders that are mummies. Oh no, there's actually a spider called a mummy spider. And she carries her babies on her back. They all just crawling around her. God, that's gotta be a hell of a time. I would hate to be that kind of parent. Having like 1,000 kids literally clamoring all over me. Also, don't Google mummy spiders if you guys are arachnophobic, just because it's spiders. Oh, a mummy spider carrying baby. I probably shouldn't have Googled this. It's kind of creepy. But yeah, they'll probably use spider silk to wrap you up. Oh. If I'm arachnophobic. I don't know if you're arachnophobic. Yeah, whatever. So yeah, they'll make you into a mummy. After that, I feel like they have... What if I want to be wrapped up in spider silk? Ooh, woo. No. No spider silk. Uh-oh. Oh no. Titties. What? Why are we saying titties? What's wrong, Blip? Why are you scared of titties? Why not? I mean, if you want to Google, you can. I can't stop you, but I have warned you at least. Also, I found a lot of pretty nose rings and regular rings, so I'm gonna save these. Hee hee. But yeah, I did warn you, Captain. You cannot yell at me. It was all you're doing. I'm arachnophobic. Oh. Damn it! You got me with that, Blip. Alrighty, so they probably, like I said, they have catacombs a la Italy. And since they're living in a cave system, they probably just chisel out a new room for you. They probably cut into the wall, make you a nice little catacomb to sleep in, and just slot you in there. And then cover it with a brick of stone that they plaster in there after carving your name on it. So let's say they put the deceased, because like a la Skyrim here. Let me Google catacombs. Catacombs. Now they probably aren't decorating the area with the skulls of the dead, because that's low-key kind of morbid for them. They'd be like, that's fucked. But, they definitely do carve into the stone wall and add, like, these little bed chambers for you. Kind of like this. They'd probably give you, like, a nice little bed chamber to be in. However, it would... Depending on how, I guess, high up you are in the social ladder, depends on if you get your own nice little room. Because I feel like these catacombs go underground, and they're dug out by the monks of this funeral rite. And if you're real high up, you probably get like these really nice, like, big rooms with your own tomb area like that. But if you're like a commoner, you get something like that. And then you get like a brick door that just closes off. Oh, hi Lilith! Welcome in! I'm doing good. I am it's Worldbuild Wednesday, or Worldussy Wednesday. And we're going over funeral rites and how you could go about it for people. For my people, you are mummified, and then you're put in a catacomb. With your wall tomb, sealed with a stone door. So yeah, they probably take the spider glue that mummified in spider silk pog, pretty much. What? Jacko back! Jacko! Jacko, you sweetheart. Thank you for the 5 gifted subs to Deep Blue Sea. Nice. Ghost God Inc. Nice. Why So Grim. Nice. Danny Bot. Nice. And Caduceus. Yay. I don't know for demons. I'll have to think about it. Fair. We all have to think about it. For me, it's just been a long time coming that everything just revolves back to spiders. So yeah, they stick you into this little tomb with a sealed door. Your name and like your deeds and your birth to death is probably carved in there. Maybe some quotes, you know. Ew, spiders. No. Ew, spiders. No, these people worship spiders. No, Captain, I'm not reading that. I'm not reading that. You cannot make me. Stop it. You stop that, sir. Alright, I'm going to make a little folder for all this stuff now. There we go. Catacombs. So I'm going to save some pictures. 'Cause once again, I have 30 tabs open. Please do not let Leon know. He will have a heart attack. Oh, he's whining behind me. He's so cute. There we go. I've saved a bunch of pictures for the catacombs references. Because it's, like I said, good to have references. Please always have a reference. Spidussy, stop! You read it in your head. That's true. I've already won. Yeah. Hi, Jacko. Won't complain about the bondage part, but spiders, no. That's, you know what, that's fair. You're allowed. You're allowed that, Lilith. Alrighty. Oh, that's cute. Alrighty. So yeah, that's all I can think of for now for funeral rites. They're mummified. The person who is mourning. Oh, right. The person in mourning, or the people, they wear very simple clothes. And the clothing is not dyed. So it's like this very soft bluish white because it's made of spider silk. And since it's not dyed, it doesn't have any black in it, it's white. The clothing is undyed. And they... Oh! Jacoback! Thank you for the 100 pennies! You're being very sweet. Pata pata. The clothing is undyed, and they dress like this until the mourning period is over. And we can cover mourning traditions and all that good shit later. I'm just writing down the specifics. Alright, I don't need all of this open anymore. I can close it. Oh, hiccup. No more hiccups. Okay, I think they're gone. Hopefully. What? Yeah, okay, they're gone. Ah. Oh, hi. Yeah, I have long nails. Do you like them? They're just nails. Alrighty, so I've filled out all of the social stuff, and we covered quite a bit. Maybe not as much as I would want to, but now we can finish it off with all of the culture systems. And we've pretty much covered all of this as we've gone through, we just have to fill it out now. So, naming conventions. After a week, you are named a child's name. So let's fill this out a bit better than what I did. After a week... Oh, no, a week after... Let me move my hand out the way a little. But I'm glad you liked them. Looking amazing, that's what. Thank you, Jackleback. I'm glad you liked them. Also, have a good lurk, Captain. You precious, precious baby boy. Alright, after a week after you are born, you are given your first name, which is your child name. This name, like I said, is acting more like a pet name. What? Oh, thank you, Lilith. Hey. So yeah, this is going to be your child name. They might call it their black name, because it's whenever their skin is the most covered in the black markings. And then when they're 15, that is when all of the markings have receded to the point where it becomes the markings that they'll be born with, or the markings that they will be set with forever. So a week after, I'm gonna say they. I'm putting this in second person. Why am I doing this? They are finally given a name referred to as their child name or their black name. And like I said, this is because when... Oh, thank you for the pet, Lilith. I get a pet. Also, the one right here near my shoulder, that's not actually petting me, that is petting Leon. That is from Pinguina. Pinguina wanted to pet Leon and let him know that he is loved and he deserves pet. But that's for me. That's for her. Need to pet it. Thank you for the pets. Alrighty, so yeah, I'm gonna say they call it the black name. I love pet pets. This name is a childish, childlike, like pet name almost. By their parents. And like I said, this is kind of like calling your kid Timmy, or little Timmy, little Tim Tam, but even more embarrassing. Like, let's say... Okay, I don't want to out my cousins here, but, we all have silly, cute pet names that my mom liked to give us. I'm not saying mine, and I'm not saying theirs, but, it's hard to explain. We all have these names, I'm sure. But I don't want to, like, out mine. But I guess, yeah, let's say you have a kid named, like I said, Timothy, and you call them Tim Tam. To, like, give them a little pet name. But it's not even that. Let's say you call them, like, Timmy, like Timmy Bug or Timmy Bear, something like that, where you give them like a cutesy little animal like name too. Like just you add cute little random words to it. That's basically what this is. But more official, it's literally your fucking name that other people call you. And it's like, that's embarrassing. Well, typically, people outside of your family will just call you Young last name, not your actual first name, because that would be rude. Unless it's your friend, and then your friend gets to call you that all you want, and then you cry about it. So the it's childlike, pet-like, and it's given to you by your parents. It acts as the name that you will be growing out of. And it may cover a wide variety of colors, numbers. Like, say, oh, this is my third child. I'm gonna name you Third Blue. You know, like, it's like that. Also, you could just name your kid straight up Child. or like add the word child and then a random word to it. Now there is a word, there's a name that I was thinking of, like a prushmich. Prush in their language means child. If you add prushat, it means boy, I believe, or prushot. Prushot is girl, that's what it was. Prushot is girl, prushaf is boy. So if you say prush, it just means child. And if you have the word something like prushmich, or maybe prushala, you are saying child of something, or maybe like gifted child, child number 2, blue child, stuff like that. Because maybe your kid came out and they had bright-ass blue hair, and neither parent really has that bright of blue. You'll be like, oh, that's the blue one. That's the blue kid. You're literally saying blue child. Prushkala. Like, stuff like that. So it's like kitty names that you name after colors, numbers, and just hopes for what you want. There we go. And then you get your adult name when you're 15. When a Trakovish turns 15, because 15 is roughly... Oh, hiccup. 15 is roughly the age you are considered, not really an adult, but you're considered mature when it comes to your facial markings. Those things are not changing anymore. They're done stretching. So that's when you get your new name. 20 is technically the adult age for them. But 15 is when you're considered, like, facially, structure, marking-wise, matured. So when you turn 15, you gain a new name. And it's based on your characteristics, the personality that you've grown into, what you're interested in, what you hope to achieve, stuff like that. So let's say, your name is Blue Child for your first 15 years. Let's do this here. Let's name example. Let's say Prushkala. Prushkala. That means blue child. Or child of blue. And then let's say you become very, very graceful. You grow up and your parents realize, oh god, this person is real good at dancing. You're extremely good at dancing. So they want to name you something like air dancer or something like that. Something really, really pretty. Oh no, I have to come up with the word air dancing. Help. Wah. If one is considered a very talented dancer, their new name, will reflect that. There we go. And that's how the naming conventions work. I'm sure they could add more names and titles to themselves if they ever feel like it, but for the most part, they don't fuck with their names unless they marry into a new family, in which case they add the new family name on top of their old one. So it's just like they're building up their names, pretty much. And that's how the naming conventions work. I wonder if I should enter in last names as well. I'll go over the last names after I have fleshed out the language. Because I need actual words in order to make the letters and the names correct. I need to know some nouns before I need to know what the names will actually be. It's hard to name something if you don't know the words very well. Alright, so dwellings. We've already looked at their homes, and as well as the architecture. The architecture is Gothic inspired. So I'm going to write that it's just strictly Gothic Cathedral inspired. I don't need to really go into detail about that. Not yet. I could just post in some pictures here and just call it a day. Dwellings. I believe this is how to cover individual houses. A Gothic. Wink. Oh, it's supposed to be a heart. Yeah, they have Gothic architecture. They also wear Gothic clothing. They're very wish fulfillment here. So dwellings, I'm gonna cover that later. It is going to be Gothic inspired as well. How do I want to do this? Changed my keyboard language and I forgot. Oh no! That's okay. Let's see. Gothic inspired. We'll figure it all out later. Because, like I said, I know the architecture and I know how I want them to look, but it's hard to put into words. Plus, we've covered it already. Organizations. The priesthood is its own organization, kind of. And then there's a boatload of artisan guilds. So we're going to put the priesthood and then the various artisan guilds. Now, the artisan guilds, much like how we had it in the medieval era, it's a group of individuals who typically do the same, if not similar, occupations, and they use this guild as a network between each other to keep quality up and to have merchants to be able to actually trade their goods. If I'm a leather worker and I'm in this guild and I specialize in belts, I want to have a guild where I'm in a good position to find a person who sells me leather, as well as a merchant who's going to sell my belts. Unless I am specifically selling my belts locally only, I want a merchant in my guild to take my belts and take them to somewhere else, to another city-state, and sell them for me. That would be awesome. And sell it for a little higher because, you know, the merchant wants to take a piece off. But yeah, we can cover all that later, but we know that they exist. I don't need to write down anything specific other than that they are there, and they want that stuff, all that good shit. Alright, as far as government goes, they are ruled in city-states, so the government is different depending on where you go. For the most part, each one is ruled by a high family of nobles, with lesser nobles being like distant relatives or other high families that moved in from another city-state. But for the most part, like I said, it's all different governments, but all the same government system. Different bodies, same system. I'm trying to... I don't think Greek would... Did Greek have kings? I think Greece had kings. I think it was the Romans that started voting. Let's look that up real quick. Let's look at the Greek city-states. Oh, that also means that their religions are probably pretty different too. I mean, yes, they'd probably follow the same god, but their god would probably be depicted or have a personality that's different from someone, you know, 2 cities over, which actually happened in ancient Greece. In Athens, in Athens, for example, Aphrodite was like, you know, the flippant, ditzy goddess of love, and she was just this little angry mother who was causing all these issues. In Sparta, however, she was a warrior goddess of wrath and still love, but she was more like the passionate anger and wrath of a Lilith. You need a Lilith. Do we need a Lilith? Pata pata. Do remember that these people are going to be monogamous? No, monotheistic. That's the word I meant. So it's kind of like Christianity versus Hebrew versus Judaism. All the same God, technically, but the religions have split off from each other and are now seeing their God in a different way. Because, yeah, you need a demon. Oh, I could, maybe. They could have a demon. They do have something called the Ill Omen. The Ill Omen is a giant furry bat humanoid creature. Kind of like how we see Mothman, but a bat instead. And this Ill Omen is considered, not really the devil, but a dark creature that will kill you, essentially. Now, they don't put too much stock in it nowadays, but it does exist in their stories. Just like how we, as a society, probably don't put, as sad as this is, we don't, Batman, yes, thank you, Usagi. We don't put too much stock into Lilith, Lilitu, the accursed first demon woman, at least not the way we used to. She's not really considered part of the biblical canon, quote-unquote, as it were. So that's probably what they're dealing with, too. The Ill Omen is not considered part of the biblical canon. Yeah, she's not as prominent in religious texts anymore. And she's not really considered part of the biblical canon. It's sad. But that's probably what's happening with this guy, too. And we will cover that when we get to religions. We're not quite there yet. But, yeah, I think their government is all pretty much the same. It's just ruled by different families. And these families all have different agendas. So, each city is going to have different rulings for different reasons. I'm out of date. I'm sorry, Lilith. Pata pata. Alright, so all city-states are ruled by a... what did I call it? The High Family. But none of these families have direct ties to the government of a city-state that they're not a part of. However, that is when alliances come in. You want to make sure you're still good with another city-state by, once again, occasionally taking your first or taking your second-born and hucking it at their firstborn and saying, "Go. That is my gift to you. Please do not cut off our trade." You know, like, oh, thank you, Lilith. Yeah, that is their way of keeping up the peace with one another. So there are influences. There's influences between them. But at the end of the day, the ruling noble family in that city-state has the say in what happens there. But they do occasionally have a kid or two from another city-state married into their family who's going, "But what if we did this to benefit this state?" And it's all that good political schlock everyone likes. All that political intrigue. One or more noble married, no. Foreign noble married into the family to give political peace and understanding as advisors on behalf. No. It's common to have one or more foreign noble married into the family to give political advice and speak for their own city-state to keep relations, to keep the relationships. Between the two cities. Cities. There we go. That works. Economy? I haven't thought of anything yet. I don't know if they would be trading in silver as money, but it would make sense. Silver is one of the more common materials that they dig up. However, silver jewelry, I mean, to be fair, we have gold jewelry, and we considered gold to be the currency standard for the longest time. I don't believe they have a fiat currency, which is what we have, where we have the bill. They would use hard materials. They'd probably use metal. They'd probably use coin. They'd probably mint coins for a bartering system. But I don't think that they would be averse to bartering. They would probably trade goods for goods. Oh, okay. Have a good food. Yeah, I feel like they would trade goods for the most part, and they'd probably kind of use coins. I feel like coins are slowly inching their way in more than anything else. They're not, you know, they're still pretty new. And they probably don't use coins as much as they probably use jewelry too. Because jewelry is a wealth status. If you have silver mines, you can just pay a jewelry smith in some of that silver to make the rest of the silver become jewelry that you can wear. And then they can use that silver to sell to someone for food, and, you know, it circulates into the economy, all that good stuff. So I don't see a purpose of there being coins unless these coins were coming out recently because the nobles have all agreed to it. Because the only ones who mint coins are the governing body. And because the governing bodies are so split, I don't see what did the Greeks do? Let's go look at the Greeks again. Because I believe Greeks did have currency. Not Greek currency, ancient Greek currency. Let's go look at some ancient Greek coins. Now, the ancient Greeks did have coins, it seems. And it seems to be mostly silver, and they're called drachmas. Drachma? Drachma. I don't know how to pronounce that. Oh yeah, Usagi just said it. Yeah, drachma. And it seemed to act like silver little coins that they passed back and forth. Use other Greek and not have to be exchanged for the local currency. Okay, so it says often an Athenian coin could be used in other Greek cities and not have to be exchanged for the local currency. So, I propose a thing. Maybe one of the bigger cities, possibly even the capital, maybe they have started minting silver coins because they have silver mines. They are one of the ones who are the most in control of the silver deposits. So I think maybe coins are starting to be minted, but up until then, they've probably only worried about bartering. So they do have silver. They've probably only been doing it for, like, I don't know, maybe 30, 40 years. Like, it's pretty new. And it's probably being used as an alternative to just giving food directly to their workers so that the money can flow through a bit. Basically, capitalism is money with capitalism starting to become a thing. Uh-oh. Alright, so their economy, coins are beginning to become minted. Silver pieces. I'm just going to write that down to remember. Bartering is the most common method of trade. Because for the most part, since they are city-states, they're pretty self-sufficient. And it's all about community drive and taking care of everyone around you. Because like I said, they're very friendly. They're very passive creatures. They were evolved to be pretty much like the mammalian dodos, as sad as that sounds. So each city-state is isolated. They don't have to worry about taking care of a literal giant entire country. However, if the capital is getting big enough, maybe they need to invent these coins to act as a mediary between getting the goods you need. Because maybe it's getting to be too much for them. It might be getting to the point where they can't handle all of the trade and commerce. They need a way to keep track of it all, so they created a currency system. So it's, like I said, I feel like it's very new. Yeah, let's keep that in. So as far as religions go, I'm sure they have a handful of religions, not just one, but there is one that is the most dominant, so we're going to cover that one first, and then we can cover more later. I'm also thinking of having a few mythological figures, maybe not quite god status, but certainly something that, you know, you'd be scared of. Kind of like what Lilith said, they could have like a Lilith figure. They already kind of do through the Ill Omen, which is pretty much the like devil in their religion. But he's starting to fade out as they... Whoa. Someone's base was boosted. I heard someone drive by and I just heard thumping. Someone's base was turned way the fuck up. That made the building shake. What the hell? My ears rattled a little bit at that. Alrighty. Oh, that's a very pretty coin. Alright, I'll figure out how they work the coins better later. How they figure out what is worth what. Now, as for religion, the most dominant religion... is them worshipping their spiders. And specifically, there is a spider god. Now, I'm thinking of making the spider god different than the normal spiders, because it's a god spider. A la Anansi. Maybe it's a god that can shapeshift. Maybe it can take on the form of a human. Or, in this case, an underling, because they hardly know what a human is. But, you know, maybe it takes the form of one of their own, or it can take the form of a creature in the water that talks to people. You know, maybe it's a shape-shifting god. Maybe it's a trickster god, I don't know. I hope not. I'm gonna look up spider gods. I know, like I said, there's Anansi, which is a spider god. Yeah, I'm thinking it's a god that can turn into different forms. Welcome back, Lilith. I'm considering what their god's gonna be about. And I'm thinking it's a shape-shifting spider god. Teehee. And just like how in a lot of religions, a god can be considered both good and evil, just depends on the person talking about them. I feel like their god would be the same way. It just depends on if you've pissed them off or not. So I'm gonna say it's that can shapeshift. Most oftenly, taking the form of a spider, but can be a humble weaver. A humble weaving traveler. Kind of like how Odin did. Odin also took on a human form and just wandered around looking like an old man, because he loved walking around with mortals and learning about what they were up to. Maybe the spider could also take on different... Yeah, true. Yeah! Pele, not really a god, but like the spirit of the volcano was also said to do that too. She would take on a form of an old lady, and if you treated her kindly, she wouldn't blow you up. Basically. And maybe they casted a shadow that looks big or like a spider, watching them as a crow. Yeah! Oh, maybe the spiders are considered like messengers. Nah, that's too much spider. I'll figure it out. But yeah, their god is a shape-shifting spider god. I like that. Maybe not because of their curse. They're not cursed. They're an ancient weaver. They create the strings of destiny, fate, and the future of the world. They're like a world weaver. They weave the fabric of people's... What about a Black Widow? Yes, actually. The Black Widow is, or false widows, as they're called, is actually what they raise. That doesn't mean they don't weave. I'm not talking when I say weaving like an actual weaver spider. I'm talking like just a spider that creates tapestries, maybe. Their god is a weaver that creates the strings of destiny, fate, and the future of the world. Now, I don't think their god would be specifically a Black Widow. I think it would be considered like a spider that they've never seen before, like maybe some cool-ass like rainbow spider. Kind of like how Quetzalcoatl was a rainbow serpent of the air that could fly. Wah! I'm not that creative, please. Wah. Hada bada bada. And since spiders are considered like venomous, poisonous, or venomous rather, creatures, they're probably considered very malicious and evil towards those who do evil deeds. Kind of like a walking karma system where if you're a good person, they'll reward you, and if you're an asshole, they'll kick your ass in time. So I think there's probably a lot of stories about people who did good stuff or were clever and were able to get out of the trap of whatever this spider god was trying to set to test their morals, and whenever they passed the test, they went, okay, you're cool, and then they give them something. Or like they get a mark on their face that says, yes, they're good. And then if you're an asshole, you get called an asshole and you die in the story. You know, something like that. I think that could work really well. Karma spiders. Yes, karma spiders, basically. I think that could work. They deal karma upon those who deserve it. So this is just the very basics of what the religion, the first religion that I'm considering is gonna be. Oh, I will be right back though. So give me just a bit. Wah. I'm back. Also, what's cute? Oof. There we go. Get in my seat. Get nice and comfy. Alrighty, so now that we have covered their religion, I can cover medical stuff at a later date. I'm not feeling up to covering that at the moment. But we could go over these and see what stuff we've already come up with so that I can make sure. Oh, my BRB. Oh, I'm glad you like it. Yeah, it's this. And you can see my my gallery. Sobi. Welcome home, master. How you doing? I'm glad you think it's cute. Alrighty, so to cover, there's medicine, education, history, myths, laws, traditions, customs, values, superstitions, taboos. They would probably have a few taboos now that I'm thinking about it. I'm glad you's good. How you been? I missed you. I haven't seen you in a while. You've been off my radar and it makes me sad. I don't even get to catch your streams much anymore. I'm so sad. Now, weapons, they probably don't have very good weapons, if any at all, because like I said, they really haven't needed a reason to have any. Maybe to protect themselves from the internal dangers from the cave systems, but nothing that warrants them going to war, I guess? I'll try to get on the server more and hang out. Wah! Yeah, 'cause we miss you. Well, at least I miss hanging out with you. You're really cool. Wah. But, I'm probably gonna call it here. All of this stuff, my mind is drawing a complete blank at the moment, because that's kind of gay. Also, thank you for the ZB. But yeah, I'm probably gonna call it. No offense to these categories, they're all here so you guys can see what you could put into your culture, but I don't know what to put in them right now. Nothing comes to mind. This race is still very new, and this involves coming up with their history, at least a bit, which, at the moment, I don't need to, because, like I said, they're new, and they're not really being messed with at the moment. Which is another rule that I would like to inlay for all of you who are creating worlds and creatures and cultures and races. Don't make something that you know you don't need if you don't want to make it. If I don't need to know how these people's education system works, I don't need to write it down. If it ever comes up, I will. But this is probably where I'm going to stop for these guys at least, because I don't have all of this fleshed out yet, and as of right now, I don't need to. I will at a later date if I ever need to, but I want to say I've concluded these guys. I have the basis of their culture down that I already have fleshed out as we've gone through their stuff. I can't cover certain aspects of their clothing just yet. Because I don't know what their festivals are. But once I figure that out, then I can do that. Education, history, myths. All of this ties in more or less with, like I said, their spider god and their ill omen and whatever other mythological creatures I add later. But for now, I don't need it. So I'm going to call these guys effectively done for the time being. That doesn't mean I won't go back to them later. It just means I'm putting them down for now. And with that, I want to say I'm putting a little bow on them for a bit. I want to say my Trakovish are done. I've filled out so much of their stuff. Oh god. For those of you who weren't here for the entire journey, this is all that it's culminated to. This is what they look like in terms of facial markings and their body proportions. This is their eye. It glows like a light because they have luciferin cells that rim the lighting of their iris, and it refracts off of their cornea and against their iris to send out a little light to act as kind of like a low-light camera where their eyes are constantly taking in these images and their brain processes it through infrared and UV, as well as the visible light spectrum. It helps them see in a very unique way. Their noses, here's the shape, they have very broad bridges, but the nostrils themselves are itty-bitty tiny. Here's their mouth. Their teeth are darker than their skin because they can see in UV, and their darker teeth means that it won't be as bright. Their tongue is forked because they use it to taste the air, just like a snake, in order to smell. Hello, someone! We're actually just about to end. I'm just covering the last of my race. I have completely, well, not completely finished them, but I have completed them to the point where I feel like they're fleshed out enough. I don't need to flesh them out anymore, not for a while. Not until I start coming up with more ideas or even stories for them. Ah, yes. What is it, someone? Is it what I think it is? I'm waiting with bated breath. Also, look at my nails. Yep. Thank you. I'm not gonna read that out loud because then I'll get stupid about it, but thank you so much. But yeah, we've covered their noses. Like I said, the noses are very small, teeny tiny here. The bridges are big. It's to help them take in air and filter out stagnation because, like I said, they live in caves. They have bat-like ears that can pick up source sounds versus locational sounds. And echoes. They can parse the two. They know where something is... Like, if you hear a rock drop across the cave, you'll know where it hit, despite there being a slight echo around you. That's what their ear shape is for. They're usually around 4'10 to 5'4". They're pretty short, pretty little. Because they, once again, caves, they had to grow to be smaller. They're about 90 to 120 pounds. They have 2 arms and 2 legs. Because, fun fact, I've made races with 4 arms. So I use that as kind of like a division of, this is how many limbs they have. Also tails. Tails go in there. Here's their hands. They have fingers that are a little pointier than ours, with nails that are a little sharper and tougher to help them climb the walls when they were still evolving. Same thing with their feet. The toes are a little longer to help them grip better. They have like a slight rough padding on their fingers and toes, and a little bit of a bulbous to help them climb better. Their hair is just like ours. It's soft. It's gentle. However, the colors give off this UV brightness to them, so when they're looking at each other, they look like they glow just a little bit in that color. Here's their skin tones. It's usually very pale because, like I said, they have never touched a monicum of sunlight in their entire lives, so they're all pretty pale. But they do have markings on their faces and their bodies that are a complete black. Gotta run. Thanks for everything, you wonderful battler. You're welcome, someone. Here's their hair colors and their eye colors. Now that we know why they're that color, we can see that through the UV it will be very bright and pretty and almost like a little halo of aura in that color around them. As biology would have it, terrestrial comparisons, I did compare them to humans because they're basically just humans with pointy bat ears. They're like elves, but underground. But they also have markings like tuxedo cats or the vaquita, which vaquita, if you don't know, look them up. They're sad. They're almost extinct. Please save them. Please help them. I want to do a charity one day for the vaquita. That would be fucking great. And bats. I would love to do one for bats. Senses, just like us. They can breathe, see, hear, smell, touch, and taste, just like us. Although their sense of smell has to come from their tongue instead of their nose. Like a snake. Well, they can walk, swim, and climb, just like us. Sleep like us. But they do figure out how to sleep. And they keep their circadian cycle based on the luminescence of elves, but way more goth. Yeah, pretty much. They're just really, really goth elves. But yeah, they figure out their circadian cycle, and they sleep during the night. But the only reason they know it's night is because when the sun passes over their cave system, it warms up the core temperature of the cave just a bit, but it's just enough for the plants to notice, so the mushrooms within will actually glow a bit brighter. So whenever it's nighttime, it's pretty dark down there, and when it's daytime, it's pretty bright, comparatively, because all of the bioluminescent mushrooms in there are bright. And that's what it says here. They sleep during the dim-lit hours of their mushrooms. Now, chromosomes, easy. Females are XX, males are XY. It's the standard. Here's their typical body structure. Females are usually a bit bigger, and they're a bit rounder. Males typically stay thin and smaller. And they work just like we do. Females have the babies, all that good stuff. We have not added the pictures here, but we have them here. Whenever they're growing up. Oh yeah, there's some makeup, a makeup example for them. When they're growing up, let's look at this. This is typically what they look like as infants. They have like a mostly black complexion, and as they age, let's say this is 5 years old, their marks start to stretch across their faces and across their bodies to open up to these white colors underneath. And then here, at about 10, you can see that most of the black is now gone from their cheeks and their face. And then by the time they hit 15, the marks are completely set and will never move, because it's done stretching. Their skin is no longer stretching. And then as an adult, there they are. They have the markings. It's the exact same. This is 20, and when they're considered mature. I also have body references for them as well, but that's more to do with clothing. But their bodies develop the same way ours do. See, like, here's a baby in a little wrap. And then here is a 5-year-old in a little outfit. And then we have more outfits that I've drawn for the sake of funerals and outings and everyday clothes, all that good stuff. So yeah, we've covered all of that. So there it all is. We've covered all of that stuff. The baby to adult look, their ecology. They do live in a giant underground cave system. Their predators aren't really there anymore. They don't have any, but they do consider a predator, quote-unquote, to be the ill omen, which we discussed in their religion as well. It's this just mythological figure that's this giant furry bat guy, and they're like, oh no, that's the devil. That's pretty much their version of Satan. But even then, they don't really consider it much of a threat anymore, so they're starting to lose the idea of Satan altogether. They don't really have predators either. Wait, no, I just covered that. Oh, here it is, prey. They're pescatarian for the most part, and in terms of prey, this is about wild animals that they still hunt, kind of like how we still hunt deer. We don't typically pasteurize deer and turn them into cattle. So there's a difference between hunting a deer and raising cows on a ranch. Cows are not our prey. Cows are our cattle. They're our husbandry. They're our animal husbandry. But prey, yeah, you fish and you catch deer. What? What is? No, pata. Weh, I'm just covering it all because this is the last time we're going to see these guys for a while. But I am going to be working on their language probably next week. I'm going to be filling in their language sheet because we're done with their culture sheet. Because I want to cover their conlang. I love their conlang. But yeah, they're primarily pescatarian when it comes to hunting. Oh, hello, Eddie Blipbot. I see you peeking in. Blip heard conlang and went, I am here. As for agriculture, they just gather mushrooms and probably vines and some moss. They don't really have a whole lot. What language? The Trakovish language. Their language. Remember when I wrote everything down on my document? I just got off a call. Ah, I see. Yeah, the Trakovish language. We're going to be going over it. I'm going to be critiquing it a bit and cleaning it up because I'm sure I've added some stuff in there that nowadays I'm like, oh, that was a bit much. I let it sit for a while, and now I'm going to go over it and make sure it's all cohesive. Materials. They gather up many materials from agriculture and prey. Mostly mushrooms, and ink from mushrooms. Bioluminescent, as well as black and probably white, I believe. They get a white paste from mushrooms. They also get coal and lapis, as well as a ton of metals, including silver, iron, probably a bit of gold, as well as pieces that look like lapis but are different colors. So they have a lot of powder stone to work with that they use for dyeing stuff. Oof. Now, like I said, husbandry, spiders, that's it. They just raise spiders. They have different breeds of spiders that do different things now, but that's all they do. That's all they have. And the byproducts from their husbandry is, like I said, spider spider milk, spider silk, spider leather, and meat. And their diet, they can eat spider legs, they eat a lot of fish and crabs. Like I said, they're primarily pescatarian. Bruh, someone actually mentioned spiders can make milk. Certain spiders can, and they're like, you should have your spiders make milk. I'm like, think about it. Now stop thinking about it. But yeah, they eat mushrooms, fish, crabs, any fish they can get their hands on, shrimp, because there are shrimps in cave systems, and the occasional spider leg, num num. As far as fashion goes, we've covered these as well. We've covered common folk clothing, artisan clothing, priest clothing, and nobility clothing. We've also covered hair. That's all in here. So if we want to see their clothing, let's go over here. This is what they usually wear if you're a nobleman or maybe an artisan or a high-ranking artisan. Someone who can wear like the really fancy stuff. This is typically what they wear. And this is the hairstyle they typically wear on just an everyday outing, nothing crazy. I'm glad you like it, Lilith. I'm very proud of the clothing. But they also have different versions of clothes. Let's go through these real quick. That's human. So this is something they would commonly wear if they are out as manual laborers. They wear pants. As you noticed, the clothing that these guys normally wear are all robes. They all wear dresses, no matter your gender. But if you are of the labor class, you're going to wear pants. That's what's considered, that's what puts you apart from the other classes. Not into goth stuff, not at all. No, me either. Why would I do that? But this is what they are forced to wear. Think trip pants. They probably even let the straps hang down. But, that's pretty much what they're wearing. As laborers in their field. And these are the jackets that they'll put on top. And that is what you wear if you're the lowest class. Now let me find... Aha! This is what she wear. This is what I drew for the female for a funeral clothing. It's a lot simpler. It's got this little a triangular collar that they slip on top of their head and button down over whatever they're wearing, and it acts as a cover pretty much, and it's all white. The whole thing is white to add to the mourning process. What is this? This does not... Oh, yes it does. Alright, I'm looking through all my layers. And I also did hairstyles. So for everyday hairstyles, babies don't have shit for hair because baby hair is very fine, very thin. You're not gonna have much of a style for kids, kids this young at least. However, when you are from 5 to 10, or when you are old enough to have hair long enough for this, your hair starts to be braided into about 2 to 4 sections, typically in rope braids, as you can see here. And this is what you wear when you're a little kid. It doesn't matter your gender, by the way. If I was a Trokovish, I'll wish to be a noble because they look amazing. I'm glad. But, yeah, this is the hairstyle that all kids wear, regardless of gender. It doesn't matter. You're just dressed in these little braids, and that's how you differentiate children from adults. Because we typically do that in a lot of cultures. We give kids different hairstyles to adults. Typically, has to do with our length, because if you're like 2 or 3, you're not gonna have very long hair. But as they grow older, let's turn this off so we can see her better. They will start crimping their hair at about 15. That's when they start adopting adult hairstyles, adult clothing, and this is like an everyday look. We saw it on the other lady, but they usually like to make their hair go spiky, and they like to crimp their hair. Females do. Now, when looking at male hairstyles... oh, this is female still. Hold up. This is male hairstyles. Male hairstyles for kids share female hairstyles, so I marked that out. And males typically let their hair just flow down. Yeah, it does look like horns. We actually used to do that in the 1600s. Women actually used to twirl their hair into little horn designs. It was really cool. And I took inspiration from that. But men typically keep their hair down, drooped. Sometimes they even put it in their face for a more dramatic effect. And this is just for everyday wear. Now for, very, what's the term? Fancy attire. Once again, babies, they don't get shit for hairstyles. But once you hit 5 to 10, your braids are actually pulled in front of your face and tied in the front to look nice. And sometimes they're pulled in buns as well, because remember, there's about 4 of these. There can be 2 to 4. So you can tie them in the front, or you can lace them up here. And have like a little double combo. And you can also decorate their hair with like little pendants. It looks very nice. You can give them extra braids through their hair. Very pretty. Spicy, yes. And as adults, these look a little silly because they're just sketches, but you can wear these lavish headdresses, and they will always have big fluffy hair in the back. And sometimes it'll be long. Sometimes they'll also add fringe bangs to their hair. Now, this isn't a natural cut. Females typically don't cut their hair to be bangs. They keep it straight. But they will take fake fringes of roughly the same hair color as their own, and they'll just pin it onto the tops of their heads, and it'll act as an extra piece of hair for that volume. They'll also curl their hair up, they'll wave it out, it's very pretty. And now for fancy dudes, once again, the men wear the same hairstyles as children of any gender will wear the same hairstyles, so it doesn't matter if it's a boy. But grown-up, full-grown men will wear their hair probably spiked out. They'll fluff it out with a type of a gel for their hair, or they'll just pull it up into a side ponytail and fancy it up that way. And probably lavish it in a lot of clips and accessories and bows in the back. Very, very pretty. So yeah, we've covered, over here, as you can see, we've covered the clothing and the hairstyles. I could do more. I could always add more, but for now, that works for our purposes. They do not wear tattoos. Tattoos are not their thing. However, they do wear makeup. And I showed off what the makeup looked like. Let me find that again real quick. Oh no, where'd the makeup go? Aha, here it is. So this is an example of someone wearing makeup. Now, as you can tell, they're... that is not it. That is not it. That is the line art. There it is. Okay, so they typically won't use makeup to cover up their facial markings because that's kind of a faux pas. They want you to see your facial markings. So here I can see she's added just a bit of black to it to kind of blend it into her face a little bit and make it look a little nicer because the lines are very harsh. Also, I wanted to see what it would look like if she tried to hide this, which this would be, like I said, doing this, not a good idea. You typically want to keep that uncovered, but covering up the lips is fine, especially the top lip, because the top lip is usually just going to be a natural black, because it doesn't have to do with the facial marking recognition. You're not really hiding anything if you color your top lip. They also typically don't mind you adding a bit of color up here, as long as it's not hiding your marks too much. And especially if you don't have marks, because it's easier to see them through this red. And they don't just use red, they'll use greens and blues and a combination of the mixture, purples. I just know red is probably a very common color, as well as blue, because they use lapis. They use lapis, like a crushed powder of stone lapis, as a makeup base. And that covered everything. And then today I covered all the social, and I've covered up the culture for the most part. So yeah, that was them. That was the entire work that we've done throughout the months of me doing this. Holy crap, it feels weird that I'm pretty much done with these guys. Oh, man. Now, I loved the makeup. Yeah, me too. They're very pretty. Now, that doesn't mean I'm completely done with them because I have to finish their language. No, more than a month. I do this once a week, so all of this is like 3 months put together. All converge together. So, I'm gonna say... about 2 weeks worth of days of doing this stuff, non-stop. Something like that. But yeah, next week, we're gonna cover their language. I'll need to discuss about it because I'm curious. Oh! Well, I did pretty much just cover all of it, but I do have VODs of all my past stuff of me doing it. I do have a world building series on my YouTube, if you want to see my YouTube channel. I do believe I have a little call for that. There you go. I do have VODs of my entire process. And next week, like I said, we're gonna cover language. After that, once the language is completely finished, I'm thinking of putting out an announcement. Like I said, I want to do a segment where I take someone onto my World Building Wednesdays and spend a day using my template and helping them come up with their own race or help them flesh out their own race. Because I think that'd be a lot of fun. So I'm probably going to do a call out for that on Twitter within a week or two. Hi, Kibby. My cat came in to say hi. But yeah, watch out for that. I'll let you guys know when I get closer to doing that. I should probably only have 1 or 2 more weeks left of this because I'm going to be cleaning up the language. Because right now, it's just written down in a bunch of Clip Studio paint layers. Right here. Let me go grab it real quick. Where is it? Ha! Here it is. Probably gonna sign up for that. Ooh! Yeah, I'll probably put out a little sign up for people. Alright, where's my language? Yeah, see, I have my language stuff all in here. It's all written down, and I need to go over it and put it in a Google Doc. And once that is finished, and I have covered it up a bit more and explained how you guys can do it, I'm gonna put a bow on this puppy and give it to my kid for Christmas. This analogy is getting weird, but listen, it's fine. But for now, I'm probably gonna call it. I'm tired. I talked a lot. Let's hop over here. Let's chill. Hey. Take your hands back. There we go. But thank you guys for hanging out with me today and watching me actually finish these guys. Like I said, there are some categories I haven't finished, I guess. There's a lot of aspects to them that aren't really worked on yet, but that's fine. I don't need to. You don't need to work on everything. That's just a rule of thumb. If you don't feel like it's important, you don't gotta flesh it out. I just fleshed out what I thought would be interesting and what I wanted to see. And I am excited for the language. I've been dreaming about the conlang for a while now. So whenever we get to that, I'm going to just probably be giddy the entire time. I don't know how much of it I'll be able to finish in a single sitting. But we do have everything I need written down so far. So it'll just be a quick little plug-in, hopefully. I thought this was going to be a quick little plug-in, and it turned into a 3-week, 4-week excursion, but still, it's fine. But yeah, thank you guys so much for hanging out today and watching me go quickie. Yeah, I thought it was going to be a quickie. But yeah, let's call it a day. Let's wind down. Let's chill. And let's go raid somebody. Oh, hi, Kibby. You're so cold. Oh. Oof. Kibby. Please move. No. Kibby. Kibby, no! A Kwookie. A Kibby. My cat is here and letting me hug him. Oh. Cat. Okay, he moved. Yeah, my Kibby. His name's Cecil. He's a boy, but he's a brat sometimes. Hi, buddy. I didn't eat all my oranges. Oh no, I know what I'm gonna do after stream. I'm gonna eat the rest of my oranges. Hell yeah. Oh man, they're... Oh, is everything okay? I just dropped something, don't worry about me. Oh, I'm so sorry. I don't know. Oh, right. Hello, Kibby. I am not mentally prepared for the day. For Cecil, I can't. I don't want to... Meh. That's my Kibby. He is a very good boy. You're never ready. No, I've only had him about a year now? Year and a half? Oh god, how old is he? Oh geez. Okay, we got him when he was like 8 weeks old, found him under a truck one early October morning. We deduced that he was probably born mid-August. And that was a while back. That was a couple of years ago. I think he's gonna be 2 years old this year. My brain had to, like, calculate the math. Alrighty. So, I found someone that I want to raid. we're gonna drop in on a sweet little Banini boy. His name is Okuno. Please be nice to him. He's a very, very good boy. He's also very memey, so I will warn you for that too. And he's going to be playing the Stanley Parable, I see. So let's all clap our hands and get ready to say hi to Okuno. Oh, thank you for being here. Yeah, thank you all for just hanging out and watching me go cuckoo. And let's go drop in on a cute Banini. So for those of you who do not have my emotes, that is okay. You can copy this, and you can paste it at him, and let him know that it's a bat rave that's happening. I had stuff in my mouth. And if you do have my emotes, you can copy this, and let him know that it is tea time. And it looks like this. I'm waterboarding myself with my own emotes. No! But yeah, thank you guys so much for dropping in today. Tomorrow, I'm going to be doing... I don't know yet. Possibly some Power Wash Sim. I've been getting back into that. And I want to see if there's an end. Can I beat Power Wash Sim? Aw, Kimiko! Also... you can follow my Twitter to make sure that you are watching for that little world building announcement, because I want to try and actually make a form and be like, get an idea of everything. But for now, I'm going to see you guys later. Goodbye! Wow!